Because it's like a big shining beacon on my base. And somebody will find it and raid it. Stop you. I want to... I suppose I should have recycled, actually. And it's risky. No, I don't know. I think I sometimes need gears and stuff. I didn't pull gears. I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna leave it here. Merge items. And then, merge. Oh, there's my logging chainsaw. That's good. It's good to know I have it because I can just turbocharge like trees when I need to. I suppose I need to lay more boxes, but I would prefer to do a big box. I would prefer to replace these boxes, actually, maybe. I could pull all this material, but it might be too much. I don't know. Let's withdraw all. And then move the box. Demolish. Withdraw all. Demolish. Then I want these. Oh, I don't have these steel ingots, but I might have steel, which is good. So there was sulfur crystals. There's a little bit of sulfur crystal. We know that at Thruville there was sulfur, and that's good. Steel ingots. I think, yeah, maybe we leave a little bit of iron, but I mean, yes, that's like good. 19 or 63 steel ingots is good. That'll help me make what I need to do. And I think this is a good place to pause for once human and come back to mortal and get kind of set up and chopping again. I am in this base. I have compressed white glaze, and I'm going to compress further. I'm going to take it somewhere else. I'm going to move on to another ice belt. Go.
Autopilot engaged.
Cool. I'm having fun doing this. So I'm sure it'll get boring, and then I'll go do something else like faction warfare or hauling or something.
Stargate.
So, but we'll do this till it's boring.
Warp drive.
It's the same thing I'm doing in Mortal. They're like the same game. See it? I'm chopping trees in Mortal. It's the same thing. I could be mining, I suppose. It would be the same thing. Steel ingots. Lots of steel ingots. Make some glass, I suppose. Yeah, make some glass with some windows. Yeah. Harder to get stuff in this mode, which is good. Need to go get that thing off my roof.
Approaching Stargate.
Gonna stuff this like right here if I can, if you'll let me. Yeah, like that. Yeah, that's good. That way I don't have like a big fucking beacon on my base, you know? Yes. Then I suppose we can do the littlest bit of work to make sure they don't blow or burn walls, which is like upgrading this guy. Structure upgrade to stone, stone, stone.
Autopilot jumping.
Oh, look, you can fix it.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
It's correct. And then, oh, and then upgrade that. Wow, it's like a really, truly free rust. Yep. And then, yeah. Upgrade. 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 I'd like to get these walls stone if I can. Where's the materials that I have, though? I don't know. Oh, I see gravel. I see gravel, so...
Approaching Stargate.
And, yeah. And we don't make this easy, do we? No. You will have to blow stone. Structure upgrade. Oh, I like structure upgrade. It's good. Yep. And then if we get... Yeah, all that's fine. And then... Oh, insufficient materials, but that's okay. I'll get more gravel while I'm out. Yeah, it feels like Rust when I first played it. It's actually kind of good. I wonder if you... I probably can. Can I upgrade the doors to, like, fucking full garage door or whatever? Probably eventually. Yeah. I probably can. Kind of want to go out there and try and get Night Snatcher, but that means, like, kind of mounting up and going and doing a thing. I could ride to both Night Snatcher and Sea-Doo and come back, because it's like 100 gold. And the only thing I risk is a kit.
Autopilot jumping.
I suppose they're both things that I could do. I could ride all the way to Medullii. It's not that hard to do. It's dangerous. You have to pay attention. I don't really like the quests, and they require me to do a lot of traveling, so I don't think I'm going to. I can just wait for the dailies tomorrow. I'm not in a rush to cap out this game. I'm not in a rush to make like money. I'm just, you know, I am in a rush to make money in the respect that I realize that with a lot of money, I can just keep buying kits, and it doesn't matter how many times I die. I can always just buy a new bow kit, It's good for the economy. It's good for my pocket. So I'm realizing that yeah, like chopping trees in the exact same way that I'm like ice mining in Eve is really good. I lost the retriever the first day that I came back, which irks me. But I'm learning that it's my problem to freak out about it. It's not theirs. My friends always warn me about this, but it's like I've never backed down back then, and I won't back down now. I told my friend Big John that. I was like, yeah, but I've never backed down my entire life. I don't actually know how to do that. And he was like, that's the problem, Cat. You don't know how to stop doing that. I was like, yes, I don't know how to stop never backing down. I don't know how to stop doing it. I wasn't made that way. Even my friends know. My best friends know. I wasn't meant to back down, you know? Oh, look, I'm all stacked and I need to, like, make boxes. So I guess we pull again. We're gonna pull, like, all of these and make bigger boxes, but I don't want to double stack. It's too annoying. I'll just run boxes all along the ground everywhere, and I'll stuff them full.
Autopilot
so, yeah, take all. Break this box. Yep.
Warping
And we're
to
gonna just
Stargate.
run
Drive
storage
active.
boxes all over this mofo. Steel ingots, I don't have them. I didn't pick up all out of the furnace, I guess. Oops. Claim all. I have most of these. Yeah, that will help. That will help make most of these. Yeah. I like these 3 games. This is the games that I want to play. They're all passive income. All of them. All 3 of them are nice passive incomes. Like once human, once you get the right, what's it called? I'll lose in this mode because it wipes you all the time. That also keeps the competition honest, you know? And there's guys that don't just stack explosives in boxes until they decide to just delete you one day with 400 C4 or whatever. It does keep it honest. And bi-weeklies, that's a long time. 2 weeks is a long time, and I'm okay with a 2-week wipe, actually. You know, it's not amazing. I don't like that it wipes. I really wish it was a permanent server. But they can't do that. I don't think so. And plus, I could just keep making this house bigger if I can pay the upkeep. Which, I don't know. I don't know if I can pay the upkeep. Territory reinforcement. Confirm. Yep, repair all. I don't have iron ore or military gear. I can craft it at the advanced supplies, which is going to take a while. Military gear, that's T3. I have to go out and get military gear. I suppose I could run Brookham. No, I ran Brookham, so I think actually I need to move down the road to Dayton Hospital, which is kind of crazy. Brookham Guardhouse is where I used to live. I realize now that I built south of where I used to be.
Jumping.
But I mean, that's okay. I'm on a higher cliff, I think. That's harder to see.
Autopilot disabled.
I like how you can see the weather out the peak without having to go outside. It's actually dope as fuck. I wish I could get this effect more. And I don't know how I got it. I think it's because I have a... No, what is it? No, I elevated slightly is what it is. I elevated this door slightly. I'm sorry, this foundation slightly. Can I do it again? Can I elevate this one higher, relocate? Yeah, can I relocate this guy except make it higher? Oh, I can, but it overlaps with existing building structures. Is it because of the bed? Shit, it might be. Move the bed somewhere else for now. Bed can go right here, I guess. Yeah, like right there. Or I don't know, it would be better maybe like that, I guess, yeah. And maybe now that the bed's gone, I can relocate and raise this up even more. Oh, I can, look. Now, do it. It's so good. No, wait, no. Relocate. It's a little too high. No, I want to relocate. The door. I don't know. No, this is... Now I feel like I have to break it. Which sucks, but I mean, it's fine. Look, can they get in? No, they can't get in. Look, it's like a peak. It's like a peak where it can shoot out at them as if they come around. Yeah, there's no prone in this game, right? No. I used the bandage for no reason. What about over here? If I close the door... It didn't improve that peak because I raised the wrong foundation, I guess. So we could just... But I mean, that is dope. Look, it's like a peak. If they're coming around at all, I can shoot like... I could get an SMG, and I could spray their fucking legs if they're, like, out and around the base. You know, if they're trying to get in this door. It is kind of dope. It is like a peak. It is a peak, you know? I can see outside and see, let's see if it's raining and shit, kind of. It looks wrong, though. I'm just gonna fucking copy. No, I better do another wood foundation. Is fine. Structures, wood foundation. There, those are like peaks, but I don't know. They're also weird. There, do that. So, can I raise or lower? Can I raise that? Can I lower it? No, that's as low as it goes. How low can you go? How loose is your goose? That's kind of odd, but it works. The house is sort of weird, but I mean, it gives me cool peaks and stuff, I guess. I see that I have to get out and mine some more, but I also need to produce boxes. Furniture, no, not furniture. I want storage of a large storage crate. Oh, good, I can make a fuck ton of these because I need to. Can I do that? You said I could. No? Can't do that. Or you can do that. That's not that bad. Yeah. And then, yeah, why not just fucking walk them out the door like this and just make a fuck ton of them. Now I'm out of wood and I gotta go chop wood. I have a... Oh, I'm full though, so... Bigger boxes are good. They have much more room. We're gonna dump all of this to deposit all materials, yeah, in this box. That's good. Then all of these things as well, I suppose, and I will pick and choose as to what I want. I will take some of these. Oops, how is Mortal doing? I don't know. I'm not shopping. I'm going to move to the next tree. Very good. Getting a lot of money. Yeah, I'll take this, and I'll take half of that. There's like all my materials and all of my stuff. My tools are a bit excessive. We'll drop like that and that and that. Oh, now I'm full, huh? So we go on to the next box and we go dur, 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 dur. I probably don't need this many arrows at all. Dur, dur, dur. I don't need those bombs. The bombs can go away. Maybe I can recycle them for something else. I have a two-wheeler repair drill, which is good, but I can't seem to keep the bicycle. I want to produce a car garage. Ooh, zipline would be good. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, a zipline up to the door would be good. I don't care. I don't, like, yeah, I don't really care. Or, I don't know, like, it's hard to say. I could zipline up to that door, but, enhanced stairs. Rolling shutter door seems like a really high upgrade, but it'll take steel ingots and military gears, which I don't have yet. Additional terminary. There's a wood tall door. Oh, wood tall door. Yeah, and I'm supposed to put a wall around my base. I could put many walls around my base. I should go out there and chop. Right now, I think it calls for dropping this entire kit in the entire kit in this other box, right? Yeah, I'm gonna quick change into nothing, and I'll take nothing out except for the advanced chainsaw. So if anybody finds me or ganks me, it doesn't cost me anything, like rust. Then, oh no, I have tools. Yeah, I want. Oh well, the bronze pickaxe can stay here, but and the bullets. I don't want the bullets. So, and two-wheeler repair drills. In one of these boxes is my chainsaw. I think it was the lower box right there. Chainsaw. There's my chainsaw. Yeah, and that's all of the risks that I want to take. I don't even have to take these arrows if I don't want to, and I probably won't. Yeah, or any of it, really. Just this stuff. Yeah, just that stuff. Like that thing for hitting pickaxe stuff. And that thing. Well, if I have a chainsaw out, or yeah, the two-wheeler repair drill, I'll bring these two items, and that's it. Yeah, that's it. I will eat. Oops. Food, water, and bandages. I want to pull out that kit again and slot these bandages and stuff. So quick change. And then, ooh, I like the locker system. It's good. It's like Rust, and I really appreciate it. It's actually so good. Yeah, so I want to put you there, and you there, and you here, and we are good. We We go back and we quick change out. Oh, that system's really good. I like Raid Zone. It really makes the game fucking way better. I think it's actually in like an unrealized mode that people don't realize how good it is. It is good. And on top of it, it's not toxic. At about 7 hours here, when it gets late, I become raid impervious, and I can go to bed with complete fucking immunity for 12 hours from 12 midnight my time until 12 a.m. or sorry, 12 a.m. Midnight until 12 noon. I am completely raid impervious. I get up at 12 or 1 and I get in, and nobody has the time to raid me before I get on. I'm on by 1 o'clock probably at the latest, and nobody has any time to raid me in that first hour or whatever. They'll have to blow through so many doors right then and there. They'd have to be parked outside ready and waiting. What loser's doing that on Once Human? They don't have that kind of time. Even my stream sniper probably doesn't. Maybe. But it's just, it's like, plus also the amount of bombs it'd take is insane. They'd have to be farming all day long with that goal in mind. Who's that kind of loser anymore? I think it was I think that sort of loser was popular 5 years ago, but I don't think so. I think they're learning to value their time a little bit more. The bows are so cheap, I'm sort of meh about this kit. And I think I will just carry a kit. I mean, I don't really, it doesn't matter. I can carry this kit. It's so fucking cheap that who cares if I lose this kit? I'm just going to carry the kit, Yeah, I can put a wall all around this thing because I do have enough room. Nothing's going to stop me. I'm going to put a whole fucking layer, several layers of big, tall walls around this thing. Whatever I can mass produce. I'll do layers and layers of walls with a straight row of doors going out to that, out that direction. And I'll just make 2 layers of, well, I guess I can probably only make 1 layer of wall. But a wall is another whole nother thing too. It's another whole thing I can do. And I'm going to. Like Rust. I don't like that I'm on a weekly wipe server, and I kind of feel like starting over. But I'm committed now, so I'll play the weekly. I don't care. And I'll go to a bi-weekly, or I don't know, maybe weekly is a good time, because then it just forces you to start over again, which keeps you working on the battle pass and stuff. Might be good. I mean, yeah, getting up in levels is good for the battle pass, I'm fairly sure. Yeah, it is. Yep, see? So, no, I don't, well, yeah, maybe next month I'll buy the nurse. I don't know, the nurse outfit doesn't pop at me. I don't think I like it that much. That star thing does, though. That cool star does. At the end of the month, if I reach it, I'll just pay for the advanced, which is $24 next month. Yeah, and I'll just backwards loot all this on my endless character. And I'll get this nurse outfit that I can wear, which is dope. And in that way, I'll start getting Once Human skins, which I do like. I do like their skins. They're cool. Okay, we're going out to chop. I don't know why I have my flashlight on. I'm going to go out and chop trees now. Oh, yeah, I should probably pay attention to this. I'm here in Soshin, so go to structure anomaly. Oh, the shack. Which I think... I mean, we'll find out. I'll at least farm first.
Warp drive active. This
tree is dead. I'm going to move on. I think I already hit that one. I don't know, though. Okay, this place is running out, but there's a retriever and an endurance here, and we got some time. iron's good like rust. Till somebody comes and leans on me anyways. Oh, there is iron right outside my base. I didn't know that. I need to keep it on farm. That's good. So, just due south of my base is iron. Trying to show me something? Oh, I'm full. I need to move. What's it trying to show me? It's weird, it's like taking me... Oh, get a nail gun at the gear workbench. Okay. Okay, that's what you want me to do? Okay. I want to make Z my talk key on all my games. And I'm going to keep it Z for the rest of my life probably, until something better comes along. Clean mode is Z, I don't want that. I'll take probably plus. That's it. Return to room key. Minus. Minus will be my clean mode in all my games, I think, actually. Yeah, I didn't think about this. And then Z is my push to talk. Oh, yep, we are out here at this belt now. Oh, orbit that guy while I mine this guy, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I don't think I'm going to be fucked with out here. Okay, playing my MMOs, I'm happy. These are the 3 games. It took me a while to find a good balance here. These are the style of online games that I like, and it took me a while to find the trio. I want my push to talk button to be my Z key. I wish there was a camera look. Oh no, territory conflict key. What? I mean, I don't know. What other key you want me to use? It could be X. X could be my voice chat in all my games, I suppose. I use X on Fallout 76, so it would be a little bit different, but I mean, that I'm sure I can remember the keybind. X is also an acceptable keybind for this, or even C. C is a acceptable keybind, but I kind of use C. X would be an acceptable. Item 1, let's go back up to here. These will have to be, yeah, weapon 2, weapon 1, okay, and then my bars, item 1 will be 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, There, 7. Oh, 8. Oh, 7. Oh, never mind. I do want to change them, actually. Yeah, I've been meaning to do that. So, confirm, oh, missing shortcut. Where? Where's the missing shortcut now? Oh, deviation ultimate, right. So, deviation summon should be... Oops. S5. Confirm. Confirm. So, deviations. I want you to be left, up, and right, and then down. Yeah, and I'm gonna make the yep, rapid glide ascent. Where's rapid glide ascent in vehicle? Rapid glide ascent. That's in this position, right? No, it's in ladder, fishing. See it. Rapid glide ascent. They put that a low gravity rapid descent. Okay, so a rapid glide descent. So how's that key? I don't care about that. Rapid glide descent. I don't know what that means even. But yeah. So okay, we have rebound for X to be a top key. And oh, yep, gotta move to the next tree. There we go. So, yep, and then on mortal. Oh, X is my, yeah. These keys are so dumb, and yeah, like the stupid ass once human, I forget. But at least at least I can see the key. I can see that the key is X, and that Z is removed thing, but I don't think I want that bound to that anymore. And oh, a few more things, charcoal and glass and such, and oh, I want to repair the base. Forgot about that. Materials. Let's repair all. Repair all. Oh no, I don't have the military gears for some reason. Well, in any event. Oh yeah, no, I need to dump. I need to dump wood. I guess. I think I'll make charcoal. I have a lot of wood. I still have a lot of wood. Yep. So we're gonna make a lot of charcoal. I'm gonna dump the rest of this in a box. There we go. Yep. Nice. And we're looking better. So the weather changed to stormy now. I'm going to put away the chainsaw. And I'm going to pull my rock drill and put my other tools away. And I'll go take my rock drill to try and find... Oh, they want me to craft a nail gun. I suppose I should get that done. Yeah, and I will use a nail gun in my offhand, yeah. It's better than this crossbow. I don't know. I don't think well, I don't mind crafting the nail gun, yeah. Submachine gun. Oh, it's submachine gun is a nail gun? Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, cool. Yeah, but the nails are kind of expensive, I believe, right? Nail gun bullets. No, actually, I can probably make a fuck ton of these. I like their helicopter sound a lot more than Rust. A lot more. The bros finally wake up, they own nothing. Yeah. Oh, I have family dinner tonight in 2 hours, but yeah, we'll watch some videos on the way. Melania Trump became a lolcow. We'll watch that, it's probably hilarious. This is not normal for gaming. Moto Online, Newlands reveal teaser. I should go and just give it a hit and a watch. Is it Hemrick? H-E-N-N-R-I-K. Subbed. Waydot. Good gaming content. Smaller MMORPGs we're trying for their Ronomir. Our game, Eldegard, is finally out. Maybe I'll pay attention to them and just see what they're talking about. Melania Trump furious. This is a down Trump suey. This enshrouded announcement is huge. Oh, this enshrouded announcement is huge. Wait, what enshrouded announcement? Cool, 60 minutes ago. They have done it. Okay, cool. Well, so go back. Now, why did you put that one first? Remove from playlist. Remove from playlist. Go.
The moment where he was... We gotta talk about this new Alex Preddy video that dropped that right-wingers are pointing to as a way to justify his murder, not from the moment where he was killed, but 11 days earlier on January 13th. Because it was apparently during a protest just 4 blocks from the spot where Renee Good was killed a week prior, and Preddy's family has confirmed that it is him in the video. And that's actually a point that I need to stress here, because I've looked online, there are a lot of people claiming and saying that this video is actually AI, but on top of Preddy's family and lawyers saying that it's him in the video, the BBC also verified that it's real using facial recognition and an analysis of his clothing, facial hair, and gait. And you can even look for yourself. I'll link to it. There's a video that was posted on YouTube 13 days ago from another angle than the video being shared the most online right now that shows everything play out. You can hear cars honking, whistles, screaming, and then what sounds like Preddy yelling at agents in an unmarked vehicle, with him eventually seen spitting on and then kicking its taillight as it's about to move away, and with the second kick, you hear it shatter. At which point,
Nice.
a heavily armed agent in tactical gear gets out of the car and tackles Preddy to the ground, where several more agents pile on as well. With then other agents firing tear gas and pepper balls into the surrounding crowd who's shouting at them. And then after a brief scuffle, Preddy apparently breaks free from the agents and then stands there as they get back into their car and leave without trying to apprehend him again. And in the process of escaping, his jacket apparently comes off, exposing what looks like a gun in his waistband. Now with all that, it's not clear whether this was the same incident, but you had sources previously telling CNN that about a week before his death, Preddy suffered a broken rib when a group of federal officers tackled him while he was protesting their attempt to detain other individuals. The outlet also citing records that seemed to corroborate the story, showing that he received medication inconsistent with treating a broken rib. To the quote that, ends up just kind of being chilling given what happened to him days later, a source said that during this earlier encounter, Freddie thought he was going to die. And in the wake of this latest video, you had a lawyer for Freddie's family saying a week before Alex was gunned down in the street, despite posing no threat to anyone, he was violently assaulted by a group of ICE agents. And adding, nothing that happened a full week before could possibly have justified Alex's killing. And many reactions from independents and the left, they were similar, with many saying that whether or not he kicked his taillight 11 days earlier, it's completely irrelevant to his later execution by the state. And some arguing that if anything, this video exonerates him even more because he never actually appears to go for his gun during this altercation either. But then, if you look on the right, you have many feeling like this is vindication, with, for example, the likes of Megyn Kelly commenting, Alex Freddie was itching for another confrontation with Border Patrol, whom he'd been stalking, harassing, and terrorizing. He had been victimizing them. His felonies are on tape. He was reckless and it cost him his life. Find another poster boy, illegal-loving leftists. You also had regime lover Alex Jones calling Freddie's actions a case of extreme ICE derailment syndrome, adding just imagine how many other attacks he carried out that were not caught on tape. And then you had President Donald Trump reposting another user's caption of the video that reads, "This wasn't some peaceful protester, he was a domestic terrorist." So yeah, looks like after all the backtracking this week from White House officials on their initial statements about Freddie being a terrorist assassin looking to massacre agents was kind of for nothing, because now they're kind of back here. Right, but then with all this, one thing that I would add here is we need to know what agents were involved in the first and second incidents. Because if any of the agents from the first incident were involved in the second incident, there might be a conversation around premeditation. Trump troopers possibly want to get retribution, get some payback. But who really knows what's going to happen there, because there's not a lot of trust that whatever's going to come from the investigation is going to be above board. And all the while, Trump still hasn't condemned the attack on Ilhan Omar, nor has he apologized for suggesting the whole thing was staged. So also, speaking on that, forensic examiners have now determined with a high probability that the liquid in the attacker's syringe on Ilhan Omar was apple cider vinegar. With many thinking that's an odd choice, though others saying he was probably trying to send a message that you're not safe anywhere, I can get to you, people can get to you. Even if Trump's moved on from this situation, Omar hasn't, and last night she said that every time her name leaves his mouth, death threats against her, they skyrocket.
I wouldn't be where I am at today, having to pay for security, having the government to think about providing me security, if Donald Trump wasn't in office and if he wasn't so obsessed with me. And last night, the man that attacked me was specifically upset that Trump's order to deport Somalis was not yielding enough deportations of Somalis. So he wanted to come get the person he thought was protecting the Somalis. Well, we are protected by the Constitution.
Also, I'll say, on the note of Democrats in the state, today you had Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar making an appeal for unity, announcing her run for governor.
These times call for leaders who can stand up and not be rubber stamps of this administration, but who are also willing to find common ground and fix things in our state. That's why today, I'm announcing my candidacy for governor of the state of Minnesota.
And of course it's coming after the current governor, Tim Walz, abandoned his re-election bid amidst the renewed focus on Medicaid fraud. Kind of by default, Klobuchar has got to be considered a serious contender, if not the outright favorite for his office. But she's won elections by double-digit margins before, she ran for president, and with over 2 decades in the Senate, she's kind of cultivated an image as a common-sense centrist who loves bipartisanship. Though, you already had a number of people saying it's hard not to notice that in the over 4 minutes of speaking, she never mentioned a single specific policy proposal besides getting ICE out of the state and rooting out fraud. So, we're gonna have to wait to see if her messaging evolves, what this looks like, and, if the kind of brand of calm moderation appeals to a Minnesota that's now reached kind of a boiling point under the siege of Trump troopers. And actually with that, do you remember how I mentioned on Tuesday that Minnesota's chief federal judge declared the court's patience is at an end? But he ordered acting ICE director Todd Lyons to personally appear in the courtroom on Friday to answer for his agency's disregard for the law unless they release the man who was still detained despite the judge ordering him released 2 weeks ago. Well, apparently they actually finally released the guy, albeit only after being threatened. So now the judge has called off the hearing with Lyons, but he also wrote an absolutely scathing note about the agency, with him listing 96 court orders that he says that ICE has violated just since January 1st, and then adding, the extent of ICE's noncompliance is almost certainly substantially understated because the list was hurriedly compiled by extraordinarily busy judges. In fact, he goes on to say that ICE has likely violated more court orders in January of 2026 than some federal agencies have violated in their entire existence, with him then finishing by pointing out out the obvious, ICE is not a law unto itself. And with that, he warned that if ICE keeps ignoring court orders, he'll order Lyons or other government officials to appear in his courtroom again. But also the fact that this judge has kept his cool for this long, it really is a testament, I'd say maybe at least to his patience. Or because ever since Trump's stormtroopers just poured into Minnesota, their court dockets have been flooded by hundreds of cases from migrants who have been detained or citizens who allege their rights were violated. And as we've heard from local officials, police have been absolutely overwhelmed with 911 calls and chaotic unrest on a daily basis throughout the Twin Cities. But also I'll say, Lyons isn't the only one getting spanked by a judge, because another one that was lit up was Attorney General Pam Bondi. And that after she posted photos on social media of 11 defendants who were accused of assaulting immigration agents just before a hearing, calling them rioters and declaring, I've said it before and I'll say it again, nothing will stop President Trump and this Department of Justice from enforcing the law. I guess as long as the law isn't releasing the Epstein files. It's over 40 days now, Pam. But that said, when the judge saw that social media post, she said that she was deeply disturbed that Bondi would publicize images of people who are presumed innocent. Right? And you had a lawyer for several of the defendants jumping in, pointing out that they don't get the same courtesy as masked agents. And also, when you had the prosecutors asking the judge to bar the defendants from contacting the federal agents they allegedly assaulted, she was like, bro, we don't even know who those agents are. You won't reveal them. How would they even be able to contact them? But then also, while you have all this playing out in Minnesota, Democrats and really anyone else who cares about the rule of law and human decency, they've been fighting on another front down in Texas, because Liam Ramos, right, that 5-year-old boy who was allegedly used as bait by ICE agents to lure his own family out of their home in Central Texas, he is still in detention. And in fact, you had his school superintendent saying that she spoke to his mother on Tuesday and, quote, fortunately, Liam's health is not doing great right now. He's been ill. I've been told he has a fever, so I'm very, very concerned about his well-being in that facility. And Liam's mom also saying to NPR, Liam is getting sick because the food they receive is not of good quality. He has stomach pain, he's vomiting, he has a fever, and he no longer wants to eat. And so actually yesterday, 2 Democratic lawmakers, Joaquin Castro and Jasmine Crockett, they went to visit Ramos for themselves, with Castro telling reporters afterwards.
You can see from the picture that I posted that he was lying in his father's arms. His father said that Liam has been very depressed. His father said that Liam has been sleeping a lot, that he's been asking about his family, his mom, and his classmates. I told him that we would do everything that we could to get him out of there.
And so with shit like that, going on and not seeming to slow down despite all the events of the past week, it's no surprise that Democrats are willing to shut down the government to rein ICE in. And actually on that note, this morning, we just got closer to a partial shutdown, but I will say it's still not guaranteed, because a handful of Republicans just joined Senate Democrats in voting against a funding package of 55-45 with 60 votes needed to pass it. And that deadline to pass this package to keep multiple parts of the government afloat, it's tomorrow. The negotiations, they're still ongoing. There could be a change between now and then. Just as a reminder, right, one of the bills in this package includes over $60 billion for DHS, and $10 billion of that goes to ICE. For many obvious reasons, Democrats just don't want to give ICE more money right now, with Chuck Schumer saying earlier this week that in the wake of ICE's abuses and the administration's recklessness, Senate Democrats will not pass the DHS budget until it is rewritten. And so some level of overhaul could be underway, and in fact, according to the New York Times, Schumer and Trump actually worked together last night on a deal that would avoid a shutdown. The source is saying that this potential plan would split the DHS funding away from the remaining bills funding the government, and that way those bills can get passed by Friday and they can buy some time to figure out what to do with DHS. Because while Democrats, they're out of power, they don't have much power here, they want to add a slew of restrictions for ICE, including blocking agents from wearing masks, mandating that they wear body cameras, stop random sweeps, and prevent any searches without warrants. With all that, today you had Trump suggesting that a deal could actually be on the horizon, saying, hopefully we won't have a shutdown, we're working on that right now, I think we're getting close. The Democrats, I don't believe, want to see it either. And you had Senate Majority Leader John Thune likewise saying that he is hopeful and has been part of very constructive discussions. Of course, even if the Senate does figure something out, that doesn't mean that a shutdown would definitely be avoided, or because this new package would need to bounce back to the House for approval, and the House is currently in recess until next week. So depending on how things play out, we could be looking at a partial shutdown starting this weekend. But for now, it's really just a waiting game to see how this plays out. And then there's more we've got to dive into in just a minute, but first let me thank a sponsor and say, I realized something uncomfortable recently. My email inbox, it knows more about me than some of my friends do. Every sign up, every receipt, every just checking in from brands I never remember giving my email to, it adds up. And that's why I switched to Proton Mail, today's sponsor, and why I'm excited to recommend it. And Proton Mail is a free email service built around privacy and security, not ads, not data mining, not creepy track. And unlike traditional platforms, Proton doesn't scan your emails, sell your data, or build a profile on you. Everything's encrypted by default, meaning that your messages are protected even from Proton themselves. And the best part, it still feels simple. Clean inbox, smart organization tools, easy search, no tech degree required. Switching, it's easier than you'd think. Just move your old emails over, or you can start fresh with a new address. I gotta say, I love that it blocks trackers and shady junk automatically, so my inbox house feels quieter, less chaotic. You know, if you've ever thought, I should probably care more about my privacy, this is the easiest place to start. You can sign up for Proton Mail for free right now. No catch, no trial clock, just better email. Just head to proton.me/Philip DeFranco or scan the QR code and get started today. It's free right now at proton.me/Philip DeFranco. But then, getting back into the news, Trump's FBI raid on an election center in Fulton County, Georgia, it is unlike anything we've ever seen before. And among a lot of other things, this could be a terrifying look into what is to come ahead of the midterms, right? That is what numerous experts are saying right now about the unprecedented actions taken yesterday in a county that was at the center of Trump's false claims about the 2020 election. You know, we touched on this briefly in yesterday's show, but it was breaking as I was recording, so there's a lot we didn't know. Right, but since then, we've learned some more, including a bit of information about the search warrant that the FBI executed, which said that the raid was part of a criminal investigation into possible violations of 2 different federal laws. The first law requires the preservation of election-related materials, and the second criminalizes voter intimidation tactics and makes it illegal to submit or tabulate fraudulent voter registration and ballot information. And specifically, the warrant authorized the FBI to search for all physical ballots from the 2020 general election, all images produced during ballot scanning, all voter rolls from that year, and all tabulator tapes, which is basically a receipt for the vote totals reported by the voting machines. Right? And so then with all that, you had Mo Ivory, a Democratic commissioner for Fulton County, saying in a post that the FBI's first warrant had an error, but once the error was resolved, FBI agents returned later in the day with a second warrant, and county officials complied. With then, agents surrounded the facility with lines and trucks, and they spent hours taking away boxes and boxes of old ballots and other materials. But at least for right now, that's basically all we know for sure. There haven't been any more details about the investigation or even what the exact allegations are. You know, with this, you have many Democratic lawmakers and experts speculating that this is a dramatic escalation of the same baseless bullshit that we've been hearing about for the last 6 years, and yet another example of Trump weaponizing his DOJ to do his personal bidding. Right? 3 recounts, multiple investigations, numerous courts, and countless state and local officials have all debunked Trump's claims about the fraud in Georgia. But Trump, of course, has refused to shut up about it, and now that he's in office, he's using his power to revive the case, and he's going after Georgia by throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks. But I mean, while shocking, this isn't completely unexpected. Back in December, Trump's DOJ sued Fulton County over its refusal to turn over the same 2020 election records that the FBI seized yesterday. And that was a request that officials initially denied because they claimed that the records were sealed and couldn't be produced without a court order. Then, that same month, the Trump DOJ also filed a separate lawsuit against Georgia in an effort to obtain voter rolls containing highly sensitive information like voters' names, birth dates, addresses, driver's licenses, and partial social security numbers. And actually, just last week, we had a judge tossing that case, ruling that it had been filed in the wrong court, though the Trump administration has now since refiled the suit. Again, this isn't the most surprising because last week you had Trump using his speech at the World Economic Forum in Davos, probably one of the biggest possible platforms he could have used to further his election lies, claiming that the 2020 election was rigged and adding,
Will soon be prosecuted for what they did. It's probably breaking news, but it should be. It's a rigged election. Can't have rigged elections.
But again, even with all that, you have many experts saying that this raid in Fulton County is entirely unprecedented. Or with experts saying things like, I'm not aware of something like this happening ever before, adding, this just looks like a way to use the might of the federal government to further Trump's voter fraud narrative. And again, that's something that's been echoed by many top Georgia officials, including Mo Ivory, who said that she and her colleagues were working on a legal plan to stop Trump's efforts.
An attempt to take your vote away. This is all about November 2026, about the primary on May 19th and then the November election. He does not want the midterm elections to take away his power, so he's trying to create chaos. So this is what he does. Chaos in Minnesota, chaos in Fulton County. We are a target. Protect your vote at all costs. I'm telling you, everybody always says your life depends on it. Oh, your life does depend on it this time.
Also, you had Ivory saying that we saw...
He always said Fulton County to the November election. He does not want the midterm elections to take away his power, so he's trying to create chaos. So this is what he does. Chaos in Minnesota, chaos in Fulton County. We are a target. Protect your vote at all costs. I'm telling you, everybody always says your life depends on it. Oh, your life does depend on it this time.
Also, you had Ivory saying that what we saw in Fulton County yesterday, it's really just the tip of the iceberg. We're saying that Fulton County is actually just the blueprint, and Trump is showing us here what he's capable of and what he is willing to do in other states.
Fulton County is right now the target, the only county right now fighting over an election that already happened. But it is coming to a place near you. This is the beginning of the chaos of 2026 that is about to ensue.
You know, she's definitely not alone here. You also had Georgia Senator John Ossoff issuing a very similar warning.
This is a seismic event. This should have people across the country absolutely shook. This is a huge deal. This is an FBI raid on the Fulton County Elections Office. His conspiracy theories about the 2020 election have been based in Georgia from the very start. This is a shot across the bow at the midterm elections. He tried to steal power when he lost it in 2020. We have to be prepared for all kinds of schemes and shenanigans. We have to be prepared for him to try to deprive people of their voting rights.
And I think it's very important to be 1000% clear with you about what is happening here. This is just a preview of what is to come. This raid, the lies that he tells to cast doubt on election security, his red state gerrymandering campaign, it is just an appetizer for the main course served by a chef who cooked up a full-blown insurrection the last time we sat around the dinner table. And the only way you, we can fight it is to do what Ivory said and vote like your life depends on it. And also, I guess in the background, hope that the MAGA Civil War divides Republicans enough that their voters just kind of turn on them. Right, and actually, speaking of the so-called MAGA Civil War, Candace Owens has now leaked even more alleged footage of Erica Kirk. Right, and this time it's from a Zoom call with TPUSA staff that apparently took place just 6 days after Charlie was shot. So you have people now adding this and comparing this to, yesterday we talked about audio that Candace shared where following Charlie's memorial, Erica's boasting about merch sales. She sounds really happy. Those clips, they faced a lot of backlash from a number of people. Now with this Zoom call, you have Candace again taking issue with Erica's tone and how often she uses Charlie to encourage people to work hard. So she shares clips like this where Erica gets emotional talking about TPUSA's future.
Turning Point USA.
Toilet paper USA.
Like my husband always wanted. We're gonna work hard because that's what he would want. I will fight like hell to make sure that all of you have a job here. I don't want anyone to think their job's in jeopardy because your family, I think Charlie's just... I'm trying not to say that he would be... He's obviously celebrating in heaven amongst many things, but he's so proud of all of you. It's just, I feel so blessed and honored.
So, like with the last clip, the reaction to it was sort of a mixed bag, but here you had Candace thinking. One, it's odd to suggest that Charlie would be celebrating after being assassinated, and two, it's also weird to her to hear a widow say that she feels blessed. Right, and that is, you've also had a number of people pointing out this moment where Erica is kind of smiling very big as the Zoom call starts.
Look at all the thumbs up. Look how cute that is. Sorry, this is a little bit more cool than probably Charlie would be reacting. Oh, sweet. I didn't know you could do that. I hate Sam. Sorry, you guys. I just wanted to say, first and foremost, my heart obviously is broken for you guys as much as it is for our family.
Also in the videos we've now seen, Erica encourages people not to judge people for how they grieve.
He's soft with them and one another. Everyone grieves differently, so if someone's acting weird, don't read into that. I wish I could help all of you. But again, the fact that there's a lot of them in the office today, the fact that a lot of you guys are here in office, that's what you do. Like the mission, he doesn't want you to just be sitting on the couch alone in your room.
So one of Candace's biggest issues with this is that the employees apparently thought this hustle through the tragedy messaging felt kind of cult-like.
They were only given Erica as this symbol of you guys need to work harder, right? As though Charlie's wife was being used to convince employees that it is now a mandate handed to them by God to work harder, to sacrifice themselves, to work longer days, because this is their new family.
But with all this, the reactions, I'll say, are a little more split here than with yesterday's clips, right? You have some people, again, thinking that Erica doesn't sound like a creepy widow, though others think that, it's not weird that she's putting on a brave face and that, yes, she smiled, but she was just reacting to her team supporting her, right? Arguing that if smiling while grieving is illegal, well, you could also see Candace smiling on camera in the aftermath of Charlie's death as well. And all of this is, you have people saying that
Rotten Manor had a whole bunch of ore outside of it. And I was actually very lucky on this run. I managed to locate where the fucking ore was in my neighborhood. It's shitty conditions to be mining right now, so I'm gonna go home. I love this game. It's coming on strong. Last time I played it, I was like, oh no, I got raided in the 45 minutes before I got on. Yeah, I even left walls. Like, I put walls. my tabs are kind of all over the place, and I want to consolidate. There we go. So you should come over to here, I guess. Yep. And then you need to come over to you. And then I think that's everything good. But I want to look at a Rise of Aegon trade. Somebody immortal. Wendigoon is watching Apocalypse Now on YouTube, I guess. Can you do that? I guess if it's free on YouTube. Can you watch? There's 8,000 watching Apocalypse Now. But I came in here looking for Rise of Aegon review. 13 days ago.
What's up, Hoarders? Today we're talking about Darkfall, Rise of Aegon, a new, old MMORPG. And I say new because it's releasing tomorrow, and old because it was originally released back in 2009. So this is a game that it had its heyday over a decade ago, but a lot of dedicated players have contributed towards making it come back to live servers. So, what is Darkfall and why should you care? Darkfall has a couple unique aspects that set it apart from lots of other games. First of all, the combat is straight up FPS combat. You can see here on the screen, you have to aim everything. It's not tab target. You don't just hit tab, click a button, and your abilities automatically hit. You have to aim all of your melee attacks, all of your ranged attacks, both magic and bow and arrow. It actually goes into first-person mode when you do magic and bow attacks. Like right here, you can see I'm in first person with my staff, casting my spells. You have to aim those projectiles. If you have crap aim, you're gonna suck at combat. So the combat's definitely not for the faint of heart, not for people that are in love with tab target. It's a departure from the standard, but it's a lot of fun. As basic as it looks, and once you get into the PvP, because that's another major foundational core principle of this game, is it is essentially a action PvP empire building MMORPG. And what I mean by that is there are over 100, maybe not over 100, maybe close to 100 towns and hamlets that players and player guilds can take control of in the game. So basically trying to conquer the entire world is the goal of this game. And that's pretty ambitious. I mean, there aren't really any other MMORPGs where the goal is to conquer the world. There's ones that were sort of similar, like New World, Ashes of Creation's doing something a little bit similar, but here just straight up go to the town, conquer it, and it's yours, and someone else has to take it from you. It's a pretty crazy core mechanic, and in addition to that, in a lot of the world, the PvP is full loot. So there are different zones. There's, I believe the blue zone is the starter zone where you don't drop anything when you die. Then there's kind of a intermediate yellow zone where you'll drop things not equipped when you die. And then there's a red zone where if you die in the red zone, you're dropping all of your gear and everything in your bag. So this game is all about risk versus reward, because as you get into the yellow and the red zones, that's where all the best stuff is. So if you want to try to get the best stuff in the game, you have to go into the red zone and risk losing everything you have on your player at that time. So it's an experience that you just don't get in 99% of the games out there in the MMORPG market.
Approaching Stargate.
I'll show you here what I was talking about with the ranged combat. Once you pull out a staff or a bow, it goes into first person. You have to physically aim. So you'll see here, you've got the little crosshair on the screen. You know, pretty similar to any type of FPS game. And when I'm missing, I'm missing. So you got to practice your FPS skills for the combat in this game. Or you can just go melee. Although I believe there are some enemies that stay at range, so you're going to have to need range combat at some point. The game has crafting and gathering. I believe most of the gear in the game is going to be player made. You can buy basic gear from NPCs, but anything of note is going to be created by another player. Trade and the economy are supposed to be a big part of this game, but you can see here the gathering is pretty standard. You know, you equip the appropriate tool, you go up to the resource, and you click on it, and it gathers it. Unfortunately, not every single tree can be chopped. You have to find the trees that have a health bar, and the same goes for gathering. You can see here, when you find a bush that has health, you can, you know, chop it with your sickle and collect various things like cotton and berries. So the preview was only for a short time this past weekend, so I didn't get a chance to try out the crafting, but this was the gathering. Another thing that I thought was really cool from this preview was I found a shovel, and you can literally just dig in the ground and find stuff. I'm assuming they've expanded this to include, like, you know, hidden and buried treasures places. I'm just digging in this random place here and I'm finding potatoes. I'm assuming potatoes are used in cooking or planting, something along those lines, or maybe you just eat them for health.
Approaching Stargate.
I also dug up dirt. So also these trolls came and interrupted me, so F them. I showed them what's up though, so it's all good. Dead trolls are good trolls.
The combat doesn't look that
There are mounts in the game. They are acquired through taming animals or taming mobs.
Yeah.
Taming is one of the many skills in the game. I didn't tame this one. I literally just...
But they didn't like they didn't remaster this. Is it on Steam? It's not, huh?
Autopilot jumping.
Oh, January 14th, that was like 2 weeks ago. Toxic Rain Studios. Ugh.
Warp drive active.
Is Rise of Aegon on... I'm inside right now. Is Rise of Aegon on... Get the money in the box. I'm at 427 gold, which is good. Go out and continue to chop. Chop, chop, chop. While I'm in the mood to farm like this, I will farm like this. It probably won't happen every day, but I do like it. Whitewood, Greywood. This is where I've been shopping.
Approaching Stargate.
All the way down the row. I guess I'll keep going until I'm used up. Yeah, past the guard shack, I think is where I was. If I put thousands of gold in the box, I will, I don't know, like, apparently we don't lose these characters. I don't know what's going on. Maybe you export the character to West. I don't know what happens.
Autopilot jumping. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Two white glaze belts in this one. But is there a structure I can use? Yeah, they'll let me dock here, but I
Warp
don't
drive
know.
active.
Heat and calm. Which is probably why there's... I don't know, will Eat and calm be at the belt? I don't know. Oops, I am not chopping. You will not chop this?
Docking request accepted.
If there's ice refinement here. Please, please, please. Yes! Ooh, I might make some good money here. Where am I? I'm in, okay. Well, we'll see how it goes.
Warp drive active.
I have dirty water on me. Steel ingots. Sulfur crystals. Very good. 99. Ooh, lots of sulfur. That's good. Charcoal, glass. Glass, charcoal. So, we gotta wait for those things to cook. You are not shopping anymore. Something's about this tree is getting glitchy, I guess. Oh, there is a lot of hulks and orca here. And white glaze. unless you like update the graphics, this is exactly how it looked last time I played it. If it's on Steam, maybe. Well, I gotta go see it. No. Oops. Oops. Yeah, this was like an hour of furnacing. That's interesting. There's an enemy retriever. I like the idea that they're offering me a boost, and had I caught it, I would have taken it, but I'm so AFK, I don't even want to do that. I'm AFK, and I feel like that puts their fleet at risk. I don't really... I don't need their boost, and honestly, I prefer banking each 10 mil as I get it, so I can get it out later, as opposed to keeping like 40 million here on the belt. Because safety has targeted me. Now, I don't want safety targeting them either, because I'm in fleet with them. I don't. So whatever. Safety targeted me today. It's because I'm stronger than these people. They don't like that. They think I should be like a fucking cog in someone else's machine. I don't like them. Well, if it's free, fuck it. I'll play this game for free, sure. Yeah, I don't want to be beholden to these people. Okay, we're gonna give Dark Hall a swing. I don't know. I'll take their boost that they offered to me. I'll sit here and wait. No, I don't need their boost, and I don't want to tip them, and I don't want to be relying on them, and I don't want them caught up in my tips. I am an actual sandbox player now. I have impressions and reputations on the server. I have a name. I don't want them besmirched by being around me. Like, you know, I don't know. It sucks. I don't want to be a part of any organization that wants me to have me as a member. I'm solo. I'm solo dolo only. Unfortunately. But I mean, like, that's how it is. I don't want to. I know that I'll get them caught up in my stupid safety tiff. If safety comes sniffing around for me and they see two orcas, they will kill the orca, and then they're going to be like, well, this was your fault somehow. I know they're going to think that. They're not going to say it, but they're going to think it. They're going to be like, you're involved in this somehow. And I can be like, yeah, I am. Safety's fucking targeting me, so I don't take the fleet invite. I mean, not if I miss it like that. I'm not going to ask them, because that also implies that I'm trying to get in their fleet, and I don't want them thinking that I'm not trying to get in their fleet, you know? Like, I'm not trying to get in their fleet as unfortunate. Yeah, I'm not getting involved. I don't want them fucking, like, thinking that I... There's a lot of white glaze around, right? Yeah, I think so. I suppose I could do myself a favor. No, I don't think so. So, we downloaded a launcher for Darkfall. Darkfall came out 2 weeks ago, which I didn't know. So, of course, I'm behind the curve, but I also don't care. I don't care. Darkfall, ROA installer. I agree. This is... No, I don't want this on my C drive, no, because I probably don't have the space. I don't know. I don't... Yeah, I imagine I probably do have this space, but you want 50 gigs? I don't know. How big is this install? 12? This game's 20 gigs? 20 gigs. So, fuck it. Put it on, well, I don't know. On my C drive? I don't know. No, because then I won't be able to move it very easily. I don't know. No, I want a more permanent install of this on my drive. Probably on, when I'm running EVE on my D drive, so we'll run this on F drive, I guess. We can stick this on my E drive. Why is there program files on my E drive? Modify Origin Games. The hell is that? No. Anyway, I have games. I'm going to put it here. I'm going to put it on my E drive. Install. Cool. You aren't shopping, and I don't know why. Just move on. Nope, I don't want them caught up in my safety shit. I don't want to have to talk to them. I don't want them resenting me because I'm AFK. I don't want to hand them 10 million. I don't care about their boost. See, the game is, it's the developer's fault too. I should really want their boost, but I don't. I don't care about it, unfortunately. Maybe they're in the fleet finder. I don't know. No, they're not here now. No, this ensures that I can just be AFK and do my own thing, and I don't have to say hello or type or chat. It sucks, but the communication is also a burden. I don't want anymore. It's weird when you get older and you're like a little less inclined to do it. I had a nice solid 25 years of hardcore sociality, drugs, and women, and partying, and I owned the flop house and all this stuff, and I played so many multiplayer games, and I was a WoW raider, a top 10 guild WoW raider, and like I just don't, you know, I was super ultra social. You see me be ultra social with Bagon and stuff. I'm over that period of my life. It fucking sucks, but I am. I'm over my Rust Clan Rust Clan discords and stuff. I'm over that period of my life. I don't want that sociality in my life anymore. It's a fucking responsibility to me. It sucks. I'm antisocial now, I guess. I wouldn't call it being a loser or that I hate them. It's just honestly, I don't have it in me anymore. I have PTSD. I'm overstressed. A man tried to kill me. It's fucking stupid. I've lost so many friends. I don't want to talk. I'm not your friend, buddy. I feel like taking the party invite is not only like a handshake where I have to tip the guy like he's a waiter, but also like I'm then beholden to him, and that's something I don't want. And that sucks. It sucks that that's my gameplay now. But I mean, that's my gameplay now. That's who I am. It sucks, but it is true. You know, like, you know, that is who I am. I don't have time for them. I'm all tabbed on some other client. I don't even want to take the time to take his party invite. That's how antisocial I am. I'll work with them, but I mean, I don't know. Also, it leaves presence, and if I draw safety here, which I already pulled safety today. I pulled safety today. Did I not? I lost a retriever already today because I pulled safety where I was. I don't want them mired up in my beef. It's fucking stupid, but it's also like the streets. And this is one of the reasons why I stay away from free-for-alls. It's stupid-ass bullshit like this. So I'm learning, if you just don't make connections with anybody at all, they're hopefully liable to leave you alone except for the bullies. And the bullies, I can front the cost because I rob nerds all day on the hypernet. I can front the cost. I can absolutely pay for the cost of buying retrievers for the rest of my life with no income necessary, pretty much. It's like no income necessary. There's some necessary, but not more than I'm making right now as I lose the retrievers. So, you know, I have the retriever BPO. I have the materials just sitting there. I have all the stuff sitting there. I have conquered industry. I have conquered hauling. I've conquered fucking like if not, I've got $1 billion. I've got $1 billion ISK worth of fucking what's it called? Faction Warfare LP that I can just go trade, and I can buy 500 more retrievers that I can produce myself. And so right there in Jita, 5 jumps from here. So I just, you know, I'm sorry, but I've kind of beat the game. I'm sorry, I'm not beholden to somebody ganking me anymore. All it is to me is a loss of time and stuff, and I don't know, that's like where I am in Mortal. That's how I feel about Mortal too. I don't need to worry. I just don't need to worry, you know? I have to go run monuments, but I don't want to. I have cheap gear, with like really genuinely cheap gear, so I guess I should run something that's probably like repopulated by now. Probably the church. I'll run the church for like the 4 chests that are in and around that. Oops. I have a nice automatic nail gun now, and lots of materials to make nail gun bullets. Maybe I should actually strap up to run nail gun then, with like 300 rounds, I guess. I don't know if I can do that. That's what, how many is that? That's 80. Give me another 100 rounds or so, and we'll open bow and we'll close nail gun as they push me. I can feel like the ammo doesn't really, I have to wait 60 seconds for this ammo, but that's fine. This is an odd way to do Darkfall Rise of Aegon, but you know. It seems to be doing some DX web setup.exe. It's like, no, I mean, it is installing the game. No, it's just installing the game. It's doing it right now. Oh, install. Oh, no, it's waiting for me. I'm sorry. Welcome to DirectX. I don't need this. Keep going. Easy anti-cheat. Don't bear with the cheaters. This is the AC. Sure. No. Darkfall, Rise of Aegon. Yeah, that's cool. Easy anti-cheat service. Install now. Alright. Finish. Close. Bronze pickaxe. I made a bronze pickaxe? Why? Okay, whatever. Fucking dumb. Why did I make a bronze pickaxe? I suppose it's because if I need to chop any wood. So. Oh, look, it's a sunny day. No, it's raining. But at least, it's at least light, so. We'll float on down there to the church. One time when I was in Ray Zone, I saw two guys, like, run down like this from their base. And it scared the shit out of me, because they just came down all aggressive right into the monument, like, no problem. Really fast. And I realized that being in the monument is actually really fucking dangerous. Oh, at least I have cover. You don't really need nail guns for these mobs, but if I get over pushed, I can kill them. Or like if I run across a boss or something. Those are my arrows. Ooh! Briefcase. Oh no, that's the other briefcase. Yeah, the other briefcase. So, how are we doing here? Yeah, we're doing good. Oh, there goes that one. I managed to catch it. Another reason not to join these guys is I'll shell out 10 million to them, and they'll tear through this belt in half an hour. And I'll make money, but I mean, I don't know. It's like, eh. If I was there to catch the invite. Next time I'll wait around to look for the invite. No, I don't want them feeling like... Where is... I'm looking for... Darkfall, Rise of Aegon. Go. Darkfall, Rise of Aegon, open account, sure. Darkfall, Rise of Aegon, go. I don't know, account register, I already did. Oh, accounts. Okay, I'm gonna bring this over here. That'll work. It didn't work. Try that. Oh, here we go. Okay, we're logged in and everything. Oh no, I don't really like the mod that much for now. So, run Darkfall, Rise of Aegon again. I agree. There's the patcher. Okay, Darkfall Rise of Aegon is installing here. And I filled the terabyte drive so fast. And I filled the second one and another one after that. 5 terabyte drives. Filled them so fast. Large storage, functional furniture, display facility, shotgun trap, basic defense, enhanced support, enhanced doors, enhanced windows, enhanced stairs, ally support, auto rifle turret, vehicle garage is way down here, which will take 430. Vehicle garage would be a really, really nice advantage, and I think that's like the best thing in all the chart. I think? I don't know. Anyways, I'm standing here and I'm gonna get to it. They should put more loot. Oh god. Oops. No, these people are wolfing down this belt. I don't need their help. I don't want their help. I'm not going to ask for it. I'm just going to go home. Okay, gotta go chest. Oh, I got the chest today. Oh, does the chest not respawn? Oh, we'll go see it. No, wait, I have a gear. I don't want to let that go.
Shuffle request accepted.
Yeah, for 2 clicks, I can just do the boosting that I get for free. It holds me up for 2 minutes. Yeah, it's inefficient. But it's free. And it doesn't require... And it's safer. And it doesn't require me, like, having to make an affiliation to them and make them a target with my beep with safety. And I'm gonna cite safety as my reason for not doing that. Which is shitty. I want their boost. I admit I want it, but it's like shitty. I can't afford to get that guy's orca fucking wasted. I can't, like, morally, I can't justify getting that guy's orca wasted just because he makes an affiliation with me. I'd rather them just bang me. And this is the problem with fucking bullies. This is what they do to the world. I can handle it, motherfucker. I'm stronger like that. I'm strong like that, but you know, it's still unfortunate that that's how the gameplay susses out. The game somehow understands that you don't want to make affiliations or connections, so then you somehow get targeted by bullies, and then you just don't, and you go to war with them because you're alone, and then test out the weapon here. It's too expensive to use like that, though, unfortunately. So I'm looking around. Oh yeah, Aiden's hideout is an easy run. We'll go do that. Maybe I'll find a bike on the road. Yeah, I'm carrying my rock drill, but I didn't bring my bike drill. Let's see how this is doing. It's like 40%. This is the same old client they just relaunched again. I can't believe that. Okay, take me out to the ball game. No, there's only one white place about laptop. No.
Hard drive active.
Okay, so first we will do this place. Oh, look at all those nodes. So we find that just north of Aiden's hideout, at this swamp, there's a bunch of nodes. I have a rock drill, don't I? What? Put these things on my bar. Okay, white glaze. This is a good place for ore over here by Aiden's hideout. Gotta remember. Server's so dead, I don't ever see anybody. It's good. Last time I saw more people, but I think it was like I think the community has kind of like dropped down on this, and I think it's a good time to play it. I don't think anybody's like gonna be, you know, toxic to me, which is good. I guess I'll go in there, but I'm now overlogged because of all that mining I did. So now I've got to go home, which sucks. I don't know why I'm overlogged. Did I not drop stuff? No, I just have a lot of gravel, which is good. We're just gonna aim in the general direction of my home and auto walk, even if it takes forever. Get to walking. It'll take. I have to walk a mile, but no. I want you to actually. like walk that direction. Now, oops, why was she alt tab? Very good. Rise of Aegon. I suppose if I'm... Oh, I timed out. Darkfall, Rise of Aegon. Getting started. This was a good guy.
Found it chilling in a hamlet, and no one was around.
That's weird. He's got 300 subs, but he looks like he makes a lot more money than me. Maybe he's a streamer.
So I yoinked it and went for a ride. But the world's pretty big. Mounts increase your movement speed, so they're useful. And there's a wide variety too. I've seen people riding all kinds of different things in the game.
So today I want to talk about Darkfall, Rise of Aegon. It's a sandbox MMO. It's one massive server. There's no instances. It's full and partial loot in different areas. It's got siege warfare. It's got massive battles. It's both first and third person. You've got guilds. You've got housing. You've got villages, holdings, dungeons, dragons, PvP, crafting, exploring, ship combat, and much more. So the way you're going to get the game is you're going to go to either riseofaegon.com, or I'll have a referral link down below if you want to sign up that way.
Hello?
Basically what you're going to do is you're going to click sign up, or you can use that referral link like I said.
Okay, sounds
you're going to
good.
create an
Right there.
account. And then what you're going to do after you've created an account, you're going to go to download and click download. Remember, this is free to play with a premium option. The free to play is perfectly fine.
Oh, yeah?
Also, if you want, you can join the Discord, the Rise of Aegon Discord. And what you're going to want to do is, after you've logged in, you'll see up at the top, right here, you'll get patching. And the game's going to patch and finish. It might take a little while, but once you're done, you'll have your character here. This button right here, whenever the server's online, it'll be green. And whenever the server's offline, it'll be red. You're going to click play. So they also have racial perks. I'm not going to go too deep into it. Just know that every class and race, well, there's no classes, but every race is viable. The race we're going to pick today is going to be Mahiran. So they're basically like massive, tall wolves. They are the tallest race in Darkfall. They also, in turn, have the biggest hitbox. The big advantage, though, of having being taller is you have a longer melee reach. So keep that in mind whenever you're picking your character. And again, they're all viable. It's mostly preference.
Gotta go to family dinner
but there
here.
are unique things to them where players might prefer one race to another. When you first log into the game, you're gonna have a tutorial here on the right side. We're basically gonna go through this initial tutorial, which is this page on the right side. It's gonna tell you to WSD is to move. It's gonna tell you to sprint. Also wants us to eat some food. And crouch by C. Base is jump. K is rest. Resting will regenerate health, stamina, and mana. You just get up with WSD.
Oops, wait, you got into this so fast. Here we go. Go back and like start the game.
Preference, but there are unique things to them where players might prefer one race to another. When you first log into the game, you're gonna have a tutorial here on the right side. We're basically gonna go through this initial tutorial, which is this page on the right side.
I don't know. The graphics don't look that bad to me. They're okay.
It's gonna tell you to WSD is to move. It's gonna tell you to sprint.
Might have its moments. You never know.
Also wants us to eat some food.
If it has a day-night cycle, I don't care how fugly the graphics are if the content's good. At least it's 3D.
And crouch by C.
I liked this game when it first came
Base
out.
is jump.
And I played a bit of
K is
it.
rest. Resting will regenerate health, stamina, and mana.
Oh, it's like a FFX.
You just get up with WSD. So escape is your user interface. You can see all your buttons here.
Oops.
P is for paper doll, for armor and whatnot. B is for backpack. When your backpack, it wants us to equip a leaf blade.
Oops.
You just left click on the leaf blade there. It's that melee weapon. Press escape again to get out of your GUI mode. And now you can just equip your weapon by left clicking. And then you can swing with left click. And to parry, you're gonna right click. Just hold right click to parry.
You mean block?
Caps lock. Gonna bring out your staff.
Ugh.
So by default, the spells, the transfer spells, conversion spells are 1, 2, and 3. Basically, transfer spells transfer between stats. So you have stamina to health, health to mana, and mana to stamina. And these take, you know, let's say stamina to health. It takes away stamina and provides health at a more positive ratio. So right now it wants us to go and find the counselor. And basically that's an NPC that you can talk to. So we're gonna walk over there and do that.
That backpack doesn't look that good. Looking like some jank. How is this a reforge? It looks exactly like the game I played 20 years ago. At least the frame rate's probably good now. Because the frame rate wasn't good when I first played it.
Here he is. You're gonna press F, which is the use key. That'll talk to him. You're gonna go to quest. So you can accept the quest here. We'll accept the goblin kill quest. Just double click it. Click accept. And you're done with that. Don't have to worry about all these quests really. Now press M for map. And that's gonna be the end of this short tutorial here that the game gives you. Alright, so I'm gonna explain a little bit of more of a tutorial here. So you had the basic tutorial that the game gives you.
And that's
now I'm going to
enough
go
for me.
through and kind of expand upon that. So essentially, you do have the sprint key, which is by default shift. We're actually going to go ahead and change that. In Darkfall, pretty much all the time you want to be auto sprinting, right? So we're going to click escape, and we're going to quickly go into our input bindings. Now, you can expand all menus in this game. Well, almost all menus in this game are modular, so you can expand them, make them bigger. So that's something to keep in mind. We're going to scroll down and we're going to look for toggle auto sprint. So we're going to double click this. We're actually going to assign it to page down. Now you can use numlock. I don't have a numpad, but you can use numlock and some other key that really you're only going to press once when you log in, and then you're just going to forget about it. So I'm going to do the same thing with toggle auto run. I'm going to set that to page up. Normally people would set it to numlock. If you have a numpad, you can do that. You can set these to whatever you would like. Just put them on keys that you're not going to press very often that are...
Yeah, maybe it might be good. I don't remember the game very well. I remember kind of not liking it because I got robbed. But I don't remember. It's been so fucking long now. 15 years. Nice, that's good. Steel ingot there. Let's cook some steel ingot, I guess. Yeah. And, some charcoal. And then I will come... I didn't find any sulfur, which sucks, but oh well. And we will dump all of this stone, but first I would like to actually upgrade. I need to go. I'm like behind now. Okay, guys, Oh, I am. Oh, this is going now. Am I full? No, I'm not full now. So let's go to the next. White grapes. I guess I will dock up if I'm gone for an hour. It's all good. Done. Okay, docking up.
Warp drive active.
And going to family dinner. You've been watching Skycatlive. I'm a full-time variety gamer all day, every day. Put me on in the background. Click on the cast face to donate. Come to the Twitch, to my Twitch or YouTube, and give me a like, sub, or follow. I'm going to pause this video here. Go back and take a look at OBS. There we go. Gonna pause this video here. Sorry, my camera got bumped a little bit there when my cat was here. There we go. A little bit better. So I'm going to family dinner. Guys, I love you. Thank you so much. And I'll be back here in just a little bit. There we go. Okay, hi guys. I'm back. What's up? It's 7:58 in the evening. About to be 8 p.m. It's a Thursday. 70 degrees out in my house and 129. January 29th. And here we are. It's back at 7:58 p.m. Oops, I muted by mistake. There we go. And, so. Oh, something happened there, but that's alright. Lock window and size. Lock window and size. I want you to make this bigger. And lock it. Lock it. Okay, we've got lots of compressed ice here. Have 30 million worth of compressed ice. Now we will take a look at the okay. Oh, look at the kitty. Hello, kitty. You want to sit on my lap? I bet you do. Oh, I have this Starkfall game. Yeah, forgot about this. Oh, yeah, I have my blanket, too. Hold on, kitty. 1 second. Okay, kitty, come sit down. You want to sit down? Yeah. Come sit down, kitty. Come sit on it. Okay. Going out. I don't have to worry about this. Yeah, hello, the kitty. Oh, I love this kitty. I do. I love this kitty so much. Purr. Kitty's having a love attack. So. Now, we are looking for Darkfall, Rise of Aegon. Patching completed. Server, NA1 server, new character. You have a login slot. Press play. Okay. Now we will get into Mortal again. It was a good dinner. We had calzone. Fucking amazing. So good. Oh, my kitty. I love you. So, what do we do? Rise of Aegon. Are we an HDR game from 20 years ago? Yeah. Once the village capture score reaches 1200, a player from the winning party will receive the loot in their backpack. Rise of Aegon. Ooh, fugly dwarves. The dwarves of Divergilm. Divergilm? The orcs of Morak with a K. The humans. And the Alfars. I'll take an alpha or female. This game isn't gonna kick me out, is it? If it does, it'll take a long time. Okay, let's go forward here.
Warp drive active.
No one wants my large skill injectors. No. Hair color. We'll go as loud and as annoying as we can. Maybe yellow. Which kind of looks like undead. Now. She's got an eye patch. No eye patches, no. Can I spin her? Yes, I can. Okay, let's see how long this login is. It should be really short. It should be shorter than Mortal, but it's not. Watch. A not optimized client. Oh my, what a kid. He had to do so much. Manage your vitals. This game crashed or something? I don't really know. Erectile dysfunction. Basic movement and sprinting. And toggle sprint by pressing the shift key. Make sure to check your stamina while sprinting. Eating food can help with this. We can provide us something to try out. Activate the berry oatmeal with the 6 key. So can we move this down here? Oh god. Oh, I really don't like it. Can we, system chat. Press the 6 key to consume, which is this thing, a berry oatmeal. Oops. Hold C to crouch. Hold C to crouch. I don't think this is my game. You can tell from the graphics and how old it is.
Warp drive active.
It's a real MMO. I don't mind it so far. I don't know, should I play Mortal or should I play this game? Oh, my wonderful kitty. I love her so much. I don't know, I don't think I can do this game. It's too old, unfortunately. Ugh, loud. No, I don't think this is my game, unfortunately. I'm going to get off. There is a lot of people here because it's free. I gave it a try. I've been disconnected, have I?
Player tab here for you for whenever you need help and you want to ask some questions. Community is very friendly and will answer your questions. And also, if you a little bit more with the chat, just while we're on it, if you want to actually link something in the chat, you can actually hold and drag and pull this onto the chat bar here in the bottom left of the box. That'll link an item. And a way to whisper somebody is to do slash. This is the Darkfall Spells Breakdown plus Bindings video. So we're going to go over all of the spells that you're going to need. Sacrifice. This is a spell chanting spell, and what it does is it takes a tiny bit of health from you, and it gives whoever you're aimed at quite a bit of health. So right now, currently, I have Sacrifice on caps lock.
Look how bad that is.
And for the most...
No thanks. Honestly, fucking Shroud of the Avatar jumped out of me more.
Part, you don't want to like auto cast or anything like that. It's just a regular spell that you just want to have on just a normal binding, and you want to have it on a fairly convenient binding, especially for group fights, and this is just to heal other people. And you've also got another one of those spells called...
I don't need this. I don't need this information, but it's good to know. It's good to know that the game exists and people used to play it when, 15 years ago.
When it comes to Candace, it's worth noting that it's to her direct benefit to try to get people to turn on Erica Kirk, especially amid this MAGA civil war. People arguing that it's about audience consolidation and pickup because the less people on TPUSA's side, the more people would be on hers and vice versa. I mean, you've even had the New York Times previously saying that this is a story about conservatives creating a monster they can't control, and saying having elevated her in large part for her willingness to say outrageous things about her opponents, people on the right are now surprised by her willingness to say outrageous things about them. And then we've got to dive into more in just a minute, but first let me thank a sponsor and say, I thought a lot about what it means to truly show up for my family. Not just for now, but for the long term. Being a parent means protecting my family. It's non-negotiable. Today's sponsor, Fabric by Gerber, it's something I actually think matters. Becoming a parent, it rewires your brain. The stakes feel real. I put off life insurance because I assumed it would be expensive, annoying, and full of paperwork, but it turns out not true. Fabric by Gerber is term life insurance that you can get done today, made for busy parents like you, all online, on your schedule, right from your couch. You can be covered in under 10 minutes with no health exam required. Your work policy usually isn't enough, and it may not follow you if you change jobs. Fabric offers flexible policies like $1 million in coverage for less than $1 a day. They partner with Gerber Life, trusted by families for over 50 years, so this is legit. And it's risk-free, 30-day money-back guarantee, and you can cancel anytime. If you have kids, especially if you're young and healthy, now's the best time to lock in lower life insurance rates for long-term protection. Join the thousands of parents who trust Fabric to help protect their family. Apply today in just minutes. Scan that QR code or go to meetfabric.com/DeFranco. That's MEET fabric.com/DeFranco. Then, getting back into the news, Donald Trump has now given 2 companies with a history of bribery and corruption the right to buy Venezuelan oil He's holding the money from those sales in an offshore Qatari bank account, and he has the final say over whether all of those funds are given to the Venezuelan government. That is the plan that Secretary of State Marco Rubio had to defend before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee yesterday in his first public testimony to Congress since the abduction and arrest of Nicolas Maduro. But where we'll start are with the two companies who have been awarded confidential licenses to buy and sell Venezuelan oil with little independent oversight despite continued sanctions. And their names are Vital and Trafigura, and they're actually two of the three largest oil trading firms in the world. Right, and they're getting this deal about 1 year after the Trump administration absolutely gutted the Foreign Corrupt Practices Unit at the Justice Department. And that ends up being notable because that DOJ unit, they brought charges against these two companies and their traders in 2020 and 2024. In fact, Vital ended up paying $135 million in criminal penalties to settle accusations that it bribed officials in Mexico, Ecuador, and Brazil. And Trafigura, they ended up forking over fines and forfeitures totaling $126 million as part of a plea deal in which it admitted guilt. In that case, specifically involved payments being funneled through shell companies and offshore accounts in order to conceal bribes to Brazilian officials that the DOJ said netted the company over $61 million in profits. So even that, it's kind of just the tip of the iceberg. In 2024, for example, Trafigura agreed to pay another $55 million in civil penalties to U.S. regulators over allegations that it acquired confidential information about gasoline contracts, manipulated prices, and impeded potential whistleblowers. Then a month later, Vital and another firm coughed up a cool $50 million to deal with a case brought by the California AG involving allegations that they had secretly worked together to tamper with and manipulate gasoline prices in the state. Then another month later, an individual Vital trader was convicted of bribery, and last year, Trafigura was convicted on corruption charges in Switzerland for having bribed an Angolan official for oil contracts, although the company is now appealing that. So then with all that, you have people like Robert Bachman, an analyst at a Swiss NGO investigating commodities traders, saying Trump is taking advantage of firms that know how to circumvent regulation, saying they were previously hunted down by the U.S. Department of Justice, but that does not seem to matter to the current administration. Now that said, there are other reasons to go with these guys, right? You reportedly have administration and industry officials arguing that their existing networks of tankers and storage facilities across the Caribbean, it makes them an obvious choice. Or with the head of the Latin American Energy Program at Rice University saying, they are probably among the few companies that can, at short notice, allocate such a large number of barrels, 30 million to 40 million, so it's a very convenient way for the administration to solve what would have been a much more complex problem. And with that, the licenses that these companies have been awarded reportedly enable them to buy tens of millions of barrels of oil already in Venezuelan reserves, or that is pumped while sanctions remain in place. And in fact, according to the Washington Post, it may even let them trade other natural resources in Venezuela, such as iron ore and agricultural products, potentially making this even more lucrative than previously believed. Though as far as the oil, you have administration officials stressing that the deal requires the firms to sell at least half to buyers in the U.S., while they also say that the money going to Venezuela will be used to stabilize the economy and benefit the Venezuelan people. But again, very notably, Donald Trump, as an individual, gets to decide where the money is dispersed. And in this case, the firms have reportedly already paid $500 million up front, and Venezuela so far confirmed receipt of the first $300 million last week, with the rest maybe still sitting in a Qatari bank. And this appears to be a way of keeping the money away from creditors with pending claims against Venezuela and its state-owned oil company. But also, of course, we're talking about potential corruption. I mean, you hear Qatar and you're like, isn't that the country that gifted Trump a $400 million luxury jet? And that's just one thing among several questionable things. And, with all this, while it's a much smaller amount, it's worth noting that a senior trader at Vital donated $6 million to political committees supporting Trump's 2024 election. So there you have the company emphasizing that the donations were made by an individual and not a business. Also, I will say, at least according to one expert, the U.S. taking control of another country's oil sales and routing payments to an offshore account, it's not without precedent. Where the U.S. actually managed sales of Iraqi oil using foreign bank accounts in the 2000s, but notably, you had this expert adding, there is also precedent for corruption scandals popping up around these schemes. That's concerning not just because of what we've talked about so far, but, the fact that so much about this, it seems to be shrouded in secrecy, right? And you're seeing things like an economist who is also a member of the Venezuelan opposition saying, the Venezuelans are the owners of the oil and we know nothing. There is no transparency. And saying in a normal condition, a sovereign country sells oil and the exact number of barrels and the price are known and goes to the central bank. But adding, again, right now, we know nothing. And so with all this, just today, you had California Representative Robert Garcia sending a letter to the CEOs of Vital and Trafigura asking for answers about any agreements made with the Trump administration in Venezuela. You're also seeing Senator Elizabeth Warren claiming in a statement that the Trump administration is funneling another country's oil revenues into hand-picked accounts with virtually no oversight, and adding, Congress cannot allow Trump to treat Venezuela's oil profits like his personal slush fund. And now Warren, along with 4 other senators, have actually launched an investigation asking for information from 15 major American banks to figure out whether they were approached by the administration before the military action in Venezuela. Or because you've actually had Donald Trump telling reporters straight up that he had spoken with oil executives before and after the military operation. And so yesterday, you had Rubio trying to do some damage control, denying that that had ever actually happened.
That never happened. I couldn't be with him because it never happened. The oil executives were not involved whatsoever in any of the planning on this matter. All of those executives learned about this operation the same time everybody else did.
Well, President Trump has said the opposite in public.
But then, in getting to what's actually happening now, you had Rubio trying to clarify a little bit about what the plan is regarding Venezuelan oil. And so Rubio confirmed that the proceeds from sales are held in an offshore account in Qatar, but he said that eventually they'll be transferred to an account in the United States that the U.S. can block with sanctions if necessary. And then, to get the money in this account, he explained that Venezuela's interim government has agreed to submit a monthly budget request, meaning that it would have to request the use of those funds for a set of very specific purposes that the U.S. would basically need to approve, with him then saying that the U.S. controls the dispersal of the money, but not the actual money. Right, at least according to Rubio, the Venezuelan government has pledged to use a substantial amount of those funds to purchase medicine and equipment directly from the United States. Then among those who were criticizing this, you had Democratic Senator Brian Schatz, who questioned whether the Trump administration had the legal authority to create and manage such an account. Also, you had him complaining that the administration hadn't released the text of what Rubio said was the written agreement with the Venezuelan government. And then outside the hearing, you had Texas Representative Lloyd Doggett saying in a statement that Rubio's testimony raised more questions than answers, saying he wanted to know why, for example, the administration had chosen Qatar and not a country with much stronger banking laws and a history of robust management of oil revenues. He also said that by shielding the money from creditors through the use of the Qatari account, the Trump administration is unlawfully refusing to honor debts owed to U.S. institutions, which is also kind of notable because part of Trump's so-called justification for taking Venezuela's oil was that it was stolen from American companies. A claim that, we've talked about before is misleading at best, but, with all that, the pushback, it didn't just come from Democrats. You also had Rand Paul, for example, going after Rubio for the attack and arrest of Maduro, rejecting Rubio's repeated characterization of American military action as a law enforcement operation.
If a foreign country bombed our air defense missiles, captured and removed our president, and blockaded our country, would that be considered an act of war?
We just don't believe that this operation comes anywhere close to the constitutional definition of war.
But would it be an act of war if someone did it to us? Nobody dies, few casualties, they're in and out. Boom, it's a perfect military operation. Would that be an act of war? Of course it would be an act of war. I think we're in violation of both the spirit and the law of the Constitution by bombing a capital, blockading a country, and removing elected officials. And we certainly wouldn't tolerate it, nor would I if someone did it to us.
Now with that, you had Rubio denying that they had removed an elected official, saying that Maduro was illegitimate, right? Because Maria Corina Machado, the opposition leader who was barred from running, the person that was seen as her stand-in, was widely believed to be the real winner of the last election. She's also been in the States pleading her case to Trump, asking Trump to help her get back to Venezuela as soon as possible, giving the man her Nobel Peace Prize. And actually, she met with Rubio after the hearing yesterday, and she said, "We are willing to facilitate a genuine transition, but not a Russian-style transition where mafias remain in control," saying Venezuela does not need stability from criminals, it needs justice, truth, and freedom. With that, while Rubio said that the end goal is free and fair democratic elections, he didn't give a timeline. Plus, I'll say at least for now, it seems like Machado returning to Venezuela could disrupt the White House's plans there. All while, at least for Trump, it's very clear that this whole thing is about oil and not democracy. And if you needed more proof, well, Maduro is facing charges, including narco-terrorism. Questions remain about what kind of ties his old ally who replaced him, Delcy Rodriguez, has to trafficking networks. And you've got the Associated Press reporting recently that she's been on the DEA's radar for years for suspected involvement in drug and gold smuggling, though no public criminal charges have ever been filed. You have Rubio saying that the administration had established a very respectful and productive line of communication with Rodriguez, and saying, "It's our belief that her own self-interest aligns with advancing our key objectives." Rubio also justified the regime change mission that's not a regime change mission, saying it's a strategic necessity because Venezuela under Maduro had been a base of operation for virtually every competitor, adversary, and enemy in the world, or with him giving Venezuela's alleged ties to Iran, Russia, and China as examples. But notably, Rodriguez hasn't met the White House's demand to cut ties with those countries. So that's why you had Democratic Senator Jean Shaheen saying,
"All the same people are running the country. Maduro's vice president, now the interim president, has taken no steps to diminish Iran, China, or Russia's considerable influence in Venezuela. One of the reasons that has been given for the mission. Her cooperation appears tactical and temporary and not a real shift in Venezuela's alignment."
And with that, U.S. intelligence reports have apparently raised doubts about whether Rodriguez fully is on board with American strategy in her country. And in fact, over the weekend, you had her saying she has had enough of Washington's orders. So all of that, it brings up the question, if she doesn't end up being compliant, what's the Trump administration going to do about it? Then responding to a question from Senator Chris Murphy, Rubio made it clear that they are not ruling out the possibility of military action in Venezuela again.
The president never ruled out his options as commander-in-chief to protect the national interest of the United States. I can tell you right now with full certainty, we are not postured to, nor do we intend or expect to have to take any military action in Venezuela at any time. The only military presence you'll see in Venezuela is our Marine Guards at an embassy. Okay, that is our goal, that is our expectation, and that is what everything that outlines towards. But that said, if an Iranian drone factory pops up and threatens our forces in the region, the president retains the option to eliminate that threat.
And with that, you had Murphy asking if the Trump administration would get authorization from Congress this time if it took military action in Venezuela. So there you had Rubio responding by claiming that under federal law, any military action lasting longer than 60 days would require congressional authorization, basically leaving the door open for another operation of the sort we've already seen. But that, my friends, you beautiful bastards, is where your Thursday Philip DeFranco Show daily dive into the news is going to end. But one, I'll see you right back here tomorrow or Monday, depending on how a number of things shake out. And two, you got more you can watch right now, right here, including my brand new podcast, Crashing Out, which just dropped yesterday.
Hey, what up, friendos? Welcome back. Come with me on a magical, mystical journey where we once again get to point and laugh at the crypto bros and tell them we were right all along. And they didn't know how wrong they were because they were just fully blinded by the fucking coins that they thought they could pick up while playing a video game. You know, playing. None of these people play games. They just want to invest in something early. When I say invest, obviously, I mean gamble on something early. Anything that says the right things that they can get in early enough, and then they put it in their bio. They constantly talk about it. They say this is the future of video games, and then they realize they're fucking wrong. They lost all their money because they're greedy, and then they think that they have some kind of restitution because the blockchain or something. I don't fucking know. Let's talk about it. The Forgotten Runeverse just announced that they are... this is kind of like the whole Chronicles of Illyria situation. They've announced that they're closing the game, but they're not closing the game, but they're not working on the game. They have no money, but the game's going to come back one day. We shuttered the studio. We didn't shutter the studio. Oh, don't sue us, maybe. It's kind of like that whole scenario. So this is the game that obviously all the crypto bros are lamenting the closure of. And again, I will say the same thing I always say when I see one of these games. If you showed me this on Kickstarter and it was a pledge of like, give us $1 and this game will definitely launch and you'll get an early access key on Steam, or this game is released on Steam now, early access, it's $10 and there's no cryptocurrency or NFTs, I'd be like, okay, cool, this looks right up my alley, right? Pixel art, you're a wizard, Harry, here's you killing creatures, apparently it's multiplayer as well, because of course it is, people to buy the NFTs. But if you told me this had no NFTs, like, cool looking game, right? I mean, looks good. Turn-based combat, cool enemies, it is what it is. But then of course you tell me it's cryptocurrency and NFTs and I'm like, fuck no, you failed. You lose, sir. You do not pass go, do not collect $50, straight to jail. And they obviously did fail because after careful consideration we've made the difficult decision to take the game offline until further notice. Over the past few months, we've faced a number of overwhelming challenges. While our team worked tirelessly and was initially able to overcome many of these obstacles, we've reached a point where it no longer makes sense financially to maintain the game in a live environment in its current state. That said, we want to be absolutely clear, we are not abandoning the Runeverse. This world means a great deal to us and to all of you who have supported it. Our intention is to return to the Runeverse in the future, stronger, better resourced and able to deliver the experience this community deserves. So we've got no money. We're closing down the game, but trust us, we're definitely coming back later. This just stinks of we're just leaving the door open in case somehow, you know, we can come back later and sell a bunch of stuff again and make a bunch of money. Because if you get a bunch of money to do something, then you're in the process of doing it, and at any point you need to shut it down and either fire people, sell assets, you know, move on to do other things. You're not suddenly just going to pick back up where you left off and succeed, are you? Like, that's typically not how a business works. I mean, maybe 1 in a million does that. But, you know, realistically, if you're closing down a studio or stopping work on a product like a video game, you're not just going to come back to it later, are you? Like, that's just common sense. So despite the outcome, we're incredibly proud of what the community accomplished together. Remember this, by the way. Remember what the community has accomplished for in a minute, because this is about to get real fucking funny, or sad if you're a Runeverse investor. During the new Foundation's beta and launch period, we saw over 250,000 real players explore. None of them fucking stuck around or gave us $1 for it, of course, after they saw the game. Otherwise, this wouldn't be happening. You'll see this no end of times. What these people do is they go, oh my god, look at how many people came and tried our game. Yeah, but none of them stuck around, did they? Like, it doesn't matter. Fucking 100,000 concurrent players logged on High Guard the other day. How many's on that now? Like 7k or something. Like, it doesn't matter how many people try your game if they don't want to continue fucking playing it or give you money to continue developing it. Like, it's largely irrelevant. It doesn't really mean anything other than patting yourself on the back for failing, which is fine. You know, not everything succeeds. We've seen this a million times, especially in the cryptocurrency gaming world. You know, the Web3 video games. Oh, look at how good we did. You failed. You didn't release a product. Nobody's playing it. It couldn't earn money despite being one of the most predatory environments in existence. You know, there's fucking casinos less predatory than cryptocurrency games. So those moments, seeing the world come alive at scale, reminded us what this project is capable of becoming. Not, of course. We also want to extend a heartfelt thanks to the Pixels team, who have been incredible partners from the very first day of our collaboration. Their support, collaboration, belief in this vision have meant more to us than we can express. In the meantime, all servers will be taken offline effective tomorrow at end of day. The game will remain inaccessible while we evaluate the path forward. Your progress and account data will be securely preserved. We'll share updates if/when we have substantial news to report. Thank you to every player. Blah 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 blah. The Runeverse isn't gone. It's merely resting. It's with you at all times. The Runeverse is in the room with you, and we'll see you when you sleep. We'll see you again when the time's right, with gratitude. And then I do just want to point out this comment because it's funny. Was rough. I think the game was solid, just was really hard to function with the ecosystem not really supporting the game, and no real paths to earnings for its players. And you motherfuckers wonder why these things fail. The game didn't fail because there was no path to earnings, because what people in the Western world that can, you know, get a job want to turn the hobby of playing a video game, make it worse to earn almost no money. It just doesn't exist. This is such a fucking crazy pipe dream. It has been the entire time.
Warp drive.
I think you can make something where you can play the game, and by virtue of playing the game, some stuff that you get in it might be worth something eventually. You know why I think that? Because it already fucking exists. I've said this a million times. It's called Counter-Strike. It's called Dota. They exist. You can play Counter-Strike. The other day, right, I logged in an alt of mine that I played Counter-Strike on like 6 years ago, and it had $500 worth of old cases on it that I can just sell right now and just have $500 on my Steam account where I can just buy stuff. You know what I also discovered? I logged on my normal Steam. Well, I didn't log on my normal Steam account. It's always logged in. But I looked, and there was an item that I bought for $7 like 3 or 4 years ago, and it was worth $450 now.
Yeah, what about Rust? Some of the Rust skins that I bought might be really good.
Like, this exists. It's already there. You're trying to make something, reinvent the wheel, but you're doing it all wrong. Because what Counter-Strike did first was have a successful game for 20 fucking years. And then you have this thing that is completely tertiary to the video game being good. Whereas you're saying, oh, we'll just make a game from the ground up where everyone who plays it does so because they earn money. You're insane. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. This will never ever happen. It cannot. It's basically almost completely opposite to the fun of playing a game. You know, the absolute trailblazers, as this guy points out, the trailblazers. Now, what people are saying is there's drama abound because as with most of these crypto projects, they have a DAO. What is a DAO, Kira? If you're new here, a DAO is a decentralized autonomous organization. What's that? Well, it's a fancy word for saying we all circle jerk that we control something here. We, you know, oh, we're making a video game, it's blockchain, and we're going to have a DAO, and the DAO is going to decide. They're going to use their voting power that they purchased, by the way, real fucking democratic. We purchase these tokens or whatever the voting mechanism is, and then when something we want something to happen, we put it to a vote, and it puts their token voting power in and says, I vote yes, I vote no, let's do this, let's do that. But no end of time so far. Almost every time I see a DAO mentioned, it's in the context of the DAO saying we want this to happen, and then the people who actually run the company, the traditional people who have control of all the assets in the game or the protocol or whatever, just go, I know we said we were going to let you vote on these things, and you did technically get to vote, but actually we're going to do what we want to do, so fuck you, you're useless. This was a con job the whole time. So when the DAO requested IP transfer, so you've said you're not developing the game anymore, we are the decentralized autonomous organization, decentralized because we're all, you know, these individual components voting on this thing. We've come together and we voted overwhelmingly so that you give us the IP now, because that's the deal. We are you know, we represent the voting majority. And then the team have gone, nah nah, we fuck this whole blockchain thing, fuck the whole democratic process of having an organization that has this voting power. We're just going to do what we want, like any company ever. Wow, you've really shown us, guys. You've really shown the gamers that there's a way forward where the gamers have the power, and you can buy your assets, and you can own them on chain. No longer will a game developer be able to take them away from you. Fucking Limfao, Lamau, Roffle. It's just the same thing with extra steps, and you wasted more money. That's what you've proven to us. Like we said originally, what we've been saying for 6 years now. Wild. So the founders have denied the request, citing potential future sale of IP. So we're not going to give it you. We said we're coming back, but we're not going to give it to you to continue development, because we might sell it. Who's going to buy it? Failed game? Failed game that nobody plays? Yeah. Big value. Community claims DAO has effectively sustained the project for 1 to 2 years. Questions around team run weight and salaries during hiatus went unanswered. So here's the whole thing. The Forgotten Runes DAO / community, the ones carrying the project for the last 1 to 2 years, after the team finally announced they were on a, quote, hiatus. They've been on the hiatus for 2 years, by the way. The DAO requested for the IP ownership to be transferred to them to continue the project. The team denied the IP transfer request, since they want to cash in if there are willing buyers. The team is also leaving it open for them to come back and run one more grift to max extract from their community once again if given the opportunity. You know, fool me one time, shame on me. Yeah, I'm just thinking of the George W. Bush quote, and I was going to do the whole J. Cole. Fool me twice, can't put the blame on me. Fool me 3 times, fuck the peace sign. But obviously we can't finish that, because then it sounds like I'm doing some kind of incitement. But you know what I'm saying, right? They've already taken your money. They've already, oh, we're closing the game, we're not closing the game, we might sell the game. If they ever did come back and anybody gives them money, I don't say this often, you truly deserve it. You someone else was going to get you, absolutely. There's something going on. You absolutely deserve it if they get you again. If it's the same people, if you're gotten in the same industry again, you deserve it. But if the same people get you again, I think this whole investing thing's not for you. Like, probably just move on. Go and fucking buy the S&P 500 or something. This whole crypto thing, it's clearly not your forte. So when asked about the remaining runway and if the team will be paying themselves salary during their hiatus, the team ignored the question and spewed some BS about it's not about runway. We all know the answer to this. For these 3 clowns, and then he links the art of the people, the Twitter usernames, it was always about the money and how much they could max extract from their community. Don't give them your hard-earned money if and when these clowns decide to come back to run another grift. They always do. I mean, it's all the same people in crypto every time. You see the same names. Sometimes they change their names. They get discovered to be the same people.
Sometimes they change the names.
Same shit the whole time. I'm not ready to fully give the IP away. Here's the screenshots that are in there. I'm not ready to give the IP to the DAO. Personally, I want to retain optionality for the future. What does that mean? If the future brings interesting opportunities, we'll figure out a way to seize them. It doesn't seem they will, but we still love the project. I don't know. The crypto industry is a way of innovating new and surprising things every so often, so maybe that will be a new opportunity for FRWC in the future. But unfortunately, the current state of the tech does not have a stable cash flow model for a business. What do I even say? I'm struggling for words. There's a sustainable model for video games to make money. It's called make a video game that people like to play and then sell them things in the video game. We've been doing it, you know, even just sell the video game. We've been doing this now for quite a while. It exists. But then, of course, you add in all this other garbage, and despite having the actual ability to have cash flow, because you're selling a ton of shit, you missed out the key component. Making something that anybody gives a fuck about, that anybody wants to play. Because, again, nobody's heard of this in the real gaming world. It's just a bunch of people on crypto Twitter being like, oh yeah, this project's right good. Has anybody heard of it? Other than people that have put money in? No, nobody's heard of this shit. Never, ever, any of these things has a normal person heard about it. It's just people that have invested or that are looking to invest or have been told by somebody else, oh, this thing that I invested in is great. And then it closes down, inevitably, every fucking time. It's less about runway, more about not seeing a viable business path forward. The TV show went through a turbulent series of ups and downs, as is typical in show business. As for the script, I've got a lot written. So they were trying to do a TV show as well. Of course they were. Can't just fail at making one thing. Got to fail at making fucking everything. Truly Dunning-Krugered out their mind, as usual. We'll not only, it's like fucking Amazon Game Studios. Oh, we'll not only make the best video game ever in the hardest genre to compete ever, at a time where there's just amazing games coming out constantly and the fucking competition is insane, out of this world. We'll do that while we make our own engine, while we build multiple studios, while we do multiple projects, while we work on the engine. And we'll also build all of these services and tools in so that we can sell the back end as well. We'll just do everything because we absolutely can. But of course, with Amazon, they have almost infinite money to throw at it and then still fail. With these guys, they just have their fucking helmeted head to throw at the wall, I guess. And then this guy goes on to show how much money these guys raised. Tens of millions of dollars via a slow rug, which basically means they didn't just take the money and run away. They spun their wheels and managed to make a bunch. Wizards Mint, 700 plus Ethereum. Warriors Mint, 1800 plus Ethereum. Beasts Auction, 500 plus Ethereum. Shadows Mint, 120 Bitcoin. Land Sale VC raise, 5 to 20 million undisclosed. Undisclosed bag from Ronin, the same Ronin, by the way, that was hacked by North Korea and lost like $500 million or whatever a few years ago. Of course, just for context, guys. Road to Nowhere TV show, crickets. XP token, crickets. Donut rewards, cricket. This sounds like fucking I mean, what even is this? Donut rewards, Souls in game, Lure, the Runeverse game, huge failure, no updates, comic. They were doing everything. TV show, comic, video game. Just make something. Like, fuck me, make something. Either way, I think we can leave it there. It's always going to be funny to me when these guys think, oh yeah, we're all part of this together. They've given us the power. We own this thing. We can vote. We can change the future. We're involved.
I think it is.
Yeah, right up until you stop giving them money, and then you're about as involved as everyone is when a company says, "Nah, actually, we'll do what the fuck we want to do." It does make me laugh that a lot of these crypto things, they all call themselves a cult, and they think that's, I don't know, like a cool thing or whatever, or maybe it's to weed out the normies and be like, oh yeah, cult's a bad thing. But then it always turns out that they are kind of like a cult because everyone screams that they're the best thing ever, and you know, this is going to work out, and they have all the stuff in their profile that makes them like a member that you can visibly identify, and they attack anyone who disagrees or a dissenting opinion because they need the thing to work because they're so financially tied to it. Like their literal financial future and freedom is tied to this thing. And then inevitably things go wrong and these people have a fucking meltdown. Either way, it's always funny to see exactly what we knew was going to happening. And like I said in a recent video a few weeks ago, the rate at which these crypto games that were getting funding 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 years ago are failing is just speeding up exponentially. They're all running out of money. Nobody's giving them any more. Money's moving around in cryptocurrency. Money's flowing out of cryptocurrency. VCs are no longer putting in money. These things are just collapsing one after another, and there is zero success here. The only success is the people who were making the thing, making the thing that were selling people a bunch of NFTs for something that didn't exist, that had no proof of concept, that had no even successful working model to point at. They all get to fucking have millions of dollars that they paid amongst their team, or maybe the founders get a bunch of that money or whatever, or they got a bunch of tokens that they later sell without people knowing, and they get to retire rich, and everyone else just gets fucked. I mean, it is what it is. We'll be back here again, guys. We'll be back here. I could make one of these videos every day looking at a different one of these projects. I have a bunch of them bookmarked, so we'll be back again. We'll be having the same discussion, hopefully with some more funny things going on. Sucks, I guess, if you were invested in this, but at the same time, you think you're on the frontier, right? If you're doing this, what you're doing is gambling money on something that is an insane prospect. We're not only going to make a great video game, but we're going to make it with technology gamers hate, and we're going to bring enough people in that it's going to make a bunch of money. And originally it will bring all the gamers in. Then it was, oh, we don't need the gamers because there's enough people in crypto that are interested in gaming. And yet not a single one of these games has managed to get either population, because again, there aren't enough people in the crypto world that want to play a game. They just want to make money and extract the maximum amount of value out of the thing that they claim to love, Either way, thanks for watching as always. Hopefully you enjoyed. There is now a working Discord link in the video description if you want to join. Come suggest content, leave me a comment, let me know what you think about the crypto bros getting fucking monumentally owned yet again. And check out Patreon if you want to give me some money. I guess there's no simpler way to put that. And Game Subs, if you want to use my code, you'll get a discount. I'll get a kickback. Win-win. I'll see you next time. Peace.
The book was such a success, and I'm very proud, and I get so many messages and letters how they enjoy the book, and they would love, my fans and people would love to hear more from me. So I had an idea to make a movie, to make a film. It's a day-to-day life, what I'm doing, what kind of responsibilities I have. People, they don't really know, and they will see it. It's day-to-day, from transition team to moving to the White House, packing, establishing my team, the First Lady office, moving into the White House.
You just heard First Lady Melania Trump, aka FLOTUS, talk about her new documentary narcissistically titled Melania, not to be confused with this Melania from Elden Ring. That's not the same Melania, but the Melania we're talking about is the First Lady, and this documentary is going to chronicle her life in the 20-day lead up to President Neck Pussy's second inauguration. And she gave us a brief synopsis of what to expect in that interview that you just watched, but it's still unclear to me whether or not we're going to get to see her move into the White House, and if it's going to cover the day-to-day. It'd also be really cool to see the behind the scenes for the crypto scam that she launched too. I hope that they put that in there. I would love to see that. Now, as riveting as this nearly 2-hour documentary sounds, it's apparently not doing too well, even though Trump claimed that tickets are selling out fast. And since he never lies about anything, you would assume that that was true, but apparently not too many people are lining up to buy some tickets. So The Guardian reports that just one ticket for the premiere was sold in London at the flagship location of the biggest cinema operator in the UK, although to be fair, 2 additional tickets were sold for the 6 p.m. showing later that day. But with that being said, they report at the time of publication, all seats remained available for the 28 screenings of Melania at the Blackburn, Castleford, and Hamilton branches of View. Although they add, the picture was slightly rosier at the Cineworld in Wandsworth, which had sold 4 tickets, while 5 back row seats were also booked at the Cineworld in Brighton. But keep in mind, this is only the beginning, guys, because once word of mouth gets around, and one of the 4 people who saw the film in Wandsworth tell their friends about it, and 2 of the people from the Brighton one showing recommended to their coworkers, we could see ticket sales hit double digits for the first time. Who knows? Anything's possible. But that's just the UK. The film hasn't actually launched in America yet. That is tomorrow when it premieres. So we're not really gonna know for sure until like the end of the weekend if it does well. But I've got to say, it doesn't look too good, if I'm being honest. People are showing screenshots of ticket sales for their local AMC theaters, and well, as Nate Gilbert points out on Twitter, not a single ticket sold for the opening night of Melania at Boston's largest theater. This person points out that literally every single seat is also still available at the theater near him in New York for opening night, and this person's theater in Omaha also has not sold a single ticket. But wait, before you haters talk any shit, the Royal Regal in Palm Beach, Florida actually did sell 2 tickets for one of the 3 showings for opening day. So there's that, but again, it's still early to be fair. But having said that, it doesn't look good, both the movie itself and its chance of success. And I've got to ask, did we expect this to go any other way? Because when I found out that Jeff Bezos spent millions of dollars on this documentary, I, much like everybody else, assumed he'd just dump it on streaming services and forget about it. But the fact that they're actually putting this into theaters and spending millions of dollars to market it is fucking wild to me, because who wants to see the Melania movie? Even within the MAGA cult, are there really that many Melania heads? I just can't fathom anyone giving a single shit about this vapid shell of a person who literally chose to marry an ugly pedophile just for his money. The only logical explanation that I could think of as to why Jeff Bezos chose to butter up Trump with this is that Trump and Melania were fighting or something, and Trump thought that this was the best way to make it up to her. Sort of an, I'm sorry I cheated, babe, here's a documentary to make it up to you apology gift, since, you know, this is something that she really wanted, since after all, she's the one who pitched this. Let that sink in. Imagine being so self-obsessed that you pitch a documentary about yourself. Who does that? like, what the fuck? Is incredible, isn't it? But one of the most hilarious things about this is that she's seemingly too dumb to know that this is only happening because oligarchs are trying to curry favor with her husband. She's actually narcissistic enough to think that people care about her and want to see this film on their own volition. Like, you can tell that when she promotes it, she genuinely believes that there's an appetite for this. And get this, she even reportedly got pissed off that Alex Preddy's murder took attention away from its premiere, which happened just hours after his murder, by the way. And journalist Michael Wolff reports that she actually intervened, and her intervention is what ultimately got Donald Trump to back down when it comes to Minneapolis. Now, I do feel like Michael Wolff is exaggerating the extent to which Melania had an actual impact on Trump's decisions. Having said that, is it believable that she would be pissed off that a man who was executed by her husband's Gestapo stole the spotlight from her? Let me think about this. Yeah, I think so. If only they waited to execute him until after the premiere, so that we should have at least a little bit of time in the spotlight before this victim of her husband's regime stole it away from her. Like, the audacity of him to do that. She actually thinks the entire world revolves around her, because to her, I mean, it kind of does. Perception is reality. I say this because they held a private screening of the movie for her, where various big tech CEOs and oligarchs like Tim Cook from Apple, as well as executives from Amazon, Zoom, and AMD all showed up for the premiere for her dumbass movie hours after Alex Preddy was murdered, and she's naive enough to actually think that they were there for her and not Trump. And shame on all of them, by the way, for attending that, because they saw Alex Preddy got assassinated by this administration, and then they show up to this event so that way they can lick the boots of the wife of the fascist demagogue whose Gestapo murdered that man in broad daylight. Just shameless. They have no fucking shame. But to get back to Melania, when she talked about this premiere that was apparently ruined by Preddy's execution, it was abundantly clear to me that she had no idea that all of the very important people that she was bragging about showing up were just there to blow smoke up her ass. The Fox News host does it too, and she doesn't even realize it. Just watch.
A source that was there told me that the college students, the teenagers, were mystified. They were glued to the screen. They loved it. And what I was curious to know, what did the president say to you after the screening, after he saw it for the first time? Was that the first time you saw it Saturday night?
It was the first time that he saw a whole film, and he loved it. He said a must watch.
And then what about Barron? Because I know Barron's in the film a lot. What did he say? What was his reaction?
He is in the film, and he liked it too.
And what about the other children?
The other children didn't see it yet.
Okay.
They will see it soon. And but it was wonderful to have so many world leaders with me on Saturday from all different fields. And we were celebrating it, and the reception of the movie, of the film, was very warm.
Girl, get a motherfucking clue. I can't believe this. Do you not understand that nobody gives a shit about you and your stupid ass movie? It was a literal bribe, you idiot. How can you not see that? And the reason why so many very important people were there sucking your clit was because they wanted something from your husband. Is it really that difficult to see that that's what their motives were? Like, his neck pussy was the actual target of their flattery. How do you not get this? I'm struggling to understand how she doesn't get this. Or maybe she does, but she just doesn't care. Like, anyone with common sense would find all of this patronizing. But I guess that she's fine LARPing as an icon because that's really as good as it's going to get for her. Because let's be real, deep down, I think she probably knows. At least I hope she's smart enough to know that she is going to be completely forgotten by the world one day, in the same way that Eva Hitler was forgotten by the world. But this entire movie, it just proves that she's as delusional as her husband, who might actually literally have dementia, but at least he has an excuse. What's her excuse? Cognitive dissonance? I just want to believe that I'm adored by the world? Get over yourself. And it's so fucking funny how the Fox News host doing this interview seemingly doesn't even know what to ask, because, like, it's clear she doesn't give a shit, but she has to pretend to care, and she is not doing a very good job at making it seem like she actually cares. Just let me show you some examples.
We see some scenes of you designing your inauguration dress. We see the hat. And then we also see moments, apparently, of when you talk to the Bidens. You have tea together, you drive to the rotunda, you're on Air Force One, the Bidens send off. So how were the Bidens to the Trumps on that day?
They were very nice and very beautiful relationship that day. So it was a very special day.
And what is your favorite part of the movie when we all go to watch it this weekend?
It's very hard to choose because the audience will experience many different emotions. Humor, sadness,
grief.
Many
Loathing.
things, and I think everybody will connect on the certain scenes.
It was weird how many negative things
Would
she said.
boredom happen to be one of the emotions we feel too?
Sadness,
because I can't imagine that they had much to talk about. They literally kept in scenes of her picking up her dress and having tea with the Bidens. Like, the fact that that made it into the final cut tells you everything you need to know about this documentary. A documentary about me in the 20-day lead up to Trump's second term probably would have been more entertaining, where I'm manically playing Power Wash Simulator and binge eating and doom scrolling. Like, who wants to watch this shit? Like, nobody wants to watch this shit. This is the answer. The one person this was made for is Melania Trump. Trump doesn't even want to see this shit. He's just lying when he says that he liked it. He's just trying to keep her happy. And one of the funniest aspects about this entire shit show is that even the people who helped make this abomination, they are also hoping it fails. And that's not just because of the subject matter. It's because the entire situation was reprehensible. As Rolling Stone reports, crew members say that the worst part of working on the film wasn't the propagandistic promotion of a fascist regime. Rather, it was having to work alongside accused sex pest Brett Ratner. And really, sex pest is too generous because this man is an actual alleged rapist. Quote, I feel a little bit uncomfortable with the propaganda element of this, one member of the production team said, but Brett Ratner was the worst part of working on this project. That person said they weren't aware of Ratner's involvement until just days before filming began, and they would not have accepted the job if they'd known. And while the crew was overworked and not allowed to take breaks, Brett Ratner would come in with food and pig out in front of his starving staffers. Poor working conditions aside, though, the crew also just doesn't want to be associated with it. Quote, one person familiar estimated that some 2/3 of the crew members who worked on the film in New York had requested to not have their names formally credited on the documentary. A separate person who will be credited on the film said, after experiencing the first year of Trump's presidency, they now wish they had not put their name on it. Quote, I'm much more alarmed now than I was a year ago, that person said. And get this, unfortunately, if it does flop, one member of the Melania production team said, I would really feel great about it. God damn. So even the people who made the movie are so embarrassed by it that they don't want credit and they're hoping it fails. but I'm sure that all of the very important people who told Melania at the premiere how wonderful it was were being totally honest. But the most embarrassing fact about this film that I wasn't even aware of until today is that there was actually a bidding war over this film by major movie studios, mind you. Disney and Paramount also tried to buy the rights to this film, but they were outbidded by MGM, which is owned by Amazon. Like, if that doesn't speak to how broken our system is, nothing does. You have multi-billion-dollar corporations fighting each other to finance a film that they know is gonna flop, also they can curry favor with the incoming fascist president. Fuck all of these corporations. But as infuriating as that is, I'll admit that I'm glad that they did decide to put out this movie, because even though the film itself isn't entertaining to me, I am entertained by the discourse surrounding it, because basically everyone and their mothers are shitting on this movie, and I am living for it. Here's some of my favorites. Even if they showed this on a plane, people would still walk out. The woman, the film, the disease. Malaria. This one is good. People were calling Trump a pedophile, and there were also pictures of her with Jeffrey Epstein in the replies to her about this. And also we've got this one. I'm completely addicted to checking the AMC app to see how many people have purchased tickets for Melania. At most, there are like 3 tickets sold per showing. Love to see it. Life hack. Get an easy dopamine boost by checking out how Melania tickets are selling at your local movie theater. Might go watch Melania's documentary at the theater so I can spend some time alone. We gotta go through that whole Nobel Prize shit again when Melania doesn't get nominated for an Oscar. Oh god, I didn't even think about that. Imagine them thinking that what the world wants right now is a movie about Melania. And my favorite, Goku to Vegeta. Let's fight somewhere empty. Cuts to an empty screening of Melania. And mind you, these were some of the nicer comments, but if that wasn't enough, even CNN was roasting the shit out of it. Just watch Harry Inten's face during this segment.
What we're expecting right now in terms of how the movie is going to be received, just take a look at the projections for the Rotten Tomatoes for Melania, the chance of the score, in fact, being below 20%. That's not good, Aaron. That's not good being below 20%. A majority chance, according to the prediction market odds. And why is it? Why do they feel that the odds might not be so hot to trot? Well, it comes back to the fact that it's the same reason that we don't think that it's going to necessarily be selling out a whole heck of a lot of tickets. Why? Because what's the projection for opening weekend for Melania? It's just $1 to $5 million, which is, again, not so great. That's a forecast. Take a look at Fahrenheit 9/11, the top documentary of all time in the first weekend. It was $41 million for inflation. Melania, not anywhere close.
Right. Even if Trump or somebody goes in and buys a whole lot of tickets, I think with the scrutiny on this, people might be able to see what's happening. Okay, but there's also the, you know, things might not make a lot of money, bring in a lot of money, but it's all comparative to how much money was spent on it.
Yes.
How much money was spent on Melania?
Yeah, okay, so you see that $1 to $5 million in the opening weekend projection. How about the fact that $75 million spent by Amazon? That includes the money they spent on the film to purchase the rights, $40 million, and then $35 million spent on all of the advertising, all of that jazz to try and build up that audience, which right now doesn't seem like they're rushing to actually see
And
it.
one would think, given their marketing savvy, perhaps they were aware of that, despite the spending. Amazon CEO went to the premiere at the White House. Tim Cook went from Apple. Tell me something I don't know.
I will tell you something that you don't know, Aaron Burnett. The film Melania might not be doing so hot to trot come this weekend, but Jeff Bezos is doing quite well under Donald.
Oh, I'm sure he is, Harry. It's almost like the bribes are working. Shocker. But it's worth saying again that Melania really is as stupid as her husband, the person, not like the movie. Like, she is as dumb as Trump, because they both want all the glory and all the adoration without doing anything to earn it. Even if it's fake, they'll take it. She'll happily let Trump's donors treat her like a Make-A-Wish kid with this dumbass documentary just so she feels special. Just like her husband with a pussed-out neck is going to happily accept a fake peace prize from FIFA and the Nobel Peace Prize that was literally awarded to somebody else. Like, you can't make this shit up. He'll even take some random glass thing with the Apple logo on it that Tim Cook gave him to kiss his ass and not think that it's patronizing at all. Just think, oh wow, this is because he actually genuinely admires me. It is the most pathetic fucking thing in the world. They're the most attention-starved couple on this planet. But the only thing more pathetic than them is all of the corporate kiss-ups bending over backwards to lick their assholes. It is so fucking embarrassing. It's not just the GIFs and the documentaries, it's the interference that they run for this fascist regime, all to remain in their good graces. Trump Dick Zuckerberg, for example, of Meta, is censoring information that should be publicly available about the Gestapo on his social media websites. You've got TikTok's new owner censoring Epstein, along with any and all new posts about the news, especially ones that are about the Gaza genocide. And then the Hilton actually fired an employee who warned her community that the ICE Gestapo was staying at one of their hotels. And on top of that, they profusely apologized after a franchise in Minnesota refused service to the ICE Gestapo. And none of this is particularly surprising, by the way, seeing as how one of the characteristics of fascism is the merger of the state with corporations. But I guess you just expect them to try to be at least a little bit more subtle, given how they spent years trying to pander to the rest of us after George Floyd was murdered and during Pride months. But I mean, if a Democrat were ever to become president again, I'm sure that they'd switch it up like that and pretend like they never went full fascist. Because at the end of the day, these duplicitous corporations don't have any real values. They care exclusively about making the line go up in perpetuity, and they would go full Fidel Castro tomorrow if they thought that it would help them maximize profits. With that being said, we really shouldn't forgive them for this. Corporations aren't people, no, but they're also not empty vessels too. Like, they're organizations composed of actual people who know right from wrong, that know that it is not okay to promote fascism. Do you think a gay man like Tim Cook doesn't know about the dangers of fascism? Of course he does. He's choosing to embrace fascism anyway because he cares more about money than humanity. So we shouldn't forget everything that we're seeing. All of the gifts, the fake awards, the ass-kissing, the documentaries, and we should never, ever forgive these cowards for capitulating so hard.
Who is this guy? I like
fascists.
this guy. What's his name?
I know they're gonna suck Trump's dick, but like, do you really have to deep throat it until you fucking gag?
What's his name?
God damn, like, may every one of these pathetic cunts be shamed for the rest of their fucking lives for licking Trump's taint until it's raw. It's just so embarrassing, and it's incumbent on all of us to make sure that they never ever live that down. The saddest part, though, is that even though Jeff Bezos knew that this movie was gonna flop, he already got what he wanted out of it. So even though it's hilarious to see every single person mock this dumbass movie that nobody cares about, still the oligarchs are going to get the last laugh because it's all about money, and this facilitates them maximizing profits, and that fact should infuriate us all.
It does.
Every now and again, I edit a video that I know is going to be one of those videos that causes a big stir in the comments.
Thank you,
but with that said, I just finished watching through the edit of this video. Much like with my prediction on Arc Raiders last year, I think outside of Grand Theft Auto, this is going to be one of the biggest releases of the year, and most of you are going to hate it. All right, with High Guard completely stumbling out the gate, fumbling over itself, and tumbling down the stairs, a game that I've been personally waiting to talk about and hype up and give all of the flowers to is starting to get a lot of attention. And that's a game being made by a small little company named Valve. The game was first leaked in May of 2024 by internal playtesters, and since then, it has opened up to invite-only playtesters and has been garnering an audience and growing month over month to now just last week dropping their Old Gods New Blood major update and hitting a 24-hour peak of almost 100,000 players. That's right, 100K concurrent for a game that's not even available publicly yet and is already taking over the space. And I'm seeing more and more people talk about it. And I think now's the time that I want to just give it my flowers. I mentioned it in my last video on High Guard, that fucking tragedy of a live service title. Deadlock is different. Deadlock is a MOBA at its heart, at its core. It is a 6v6 game with 3 lanes. There's minions. If you guys don't know what a multiplayer online battle arena is, take League of Legends, but then turn it into a third-person shooter. So you could actually say take a game like Smite and, you know, well, make it good. This video is releasing in January of 2026, and I say that to make a point that this game is consistently making changes. They're currently bringing in 6 new heroes to the game to make it a total of 38 heroes at the time of recording this video, and things are constantly changing and updating. Just last year, the game was built for 4 lanes of gameplay instead of the typical 3. that you see in most MOBAs. That has since been changed to make a 3-lane game very similar to something like a League of Legends. And I know a lot of my audience and a lot of the general gaming public is going to look at a game like this just from a visual aesthetic standpoint and loop it in with games like Highguard, games like Concord, games like Overwatch, the fucking magenta slop that we keep seeing over.
If I can run faster than him, I don't know. I don't even have bandages. Yeah, I do, but they're not gonna be enough. What the fuck? Fucking asshole. Fucking bad. Well, you really can't aim, can you? Where did this guy come from? Why am I inside? Oops. Oops. I'm up though. I'm still up. It doesn't matter what these people do. I lost what 20 gold there, but I'm still up. I'm
stable and died to fall damage. I remember being quite upset. I brew these potions with hopes to make the heads explode.
There's like Russian and Spanish people in this global chat, and I know I'm in the right place. If there isn't shit-ass Americans fucking shit up. I'll go back there later tonight. I shouldn't have gone there during prime time. I knew what was going to happen. I'll do it tomorrow. Tomorrow's a better time. I'll compare dailies. I should have known to wait. Letting the anger, like, control me. It was a good fight. Letting the anger control me doesn't benefit anything. Fucking asshole showed up out of nowhere. Oh, you know, I need a book. I forgot, but yeah, I need a book in like really bad, and I forgot all about that shit. I have to go take care of that too. I've lost all my charges, and I lost 30 gold from that because people keep fucking ganking me. So fucking annoying. Didn't I put 3 charges in yesterday? Yeah, and then I fell once in Meduli. I don't know how I died again. And then I committed suicide, and then I died to him, and that's all three of my charges. That's expensive. I suppose I'll replace those, but I don't need to right now. I will take, I don't know, 15 gold over there to the library. I'll turn the sound up. I wish I could put the volume mixer where I could get to it really easy. I'm going to keep my settings at the end of my thing so I can always get there. Yeah, unmute for a minute while I do the library RP. Nice, I'm getting some good money today. I've already paid back that fucking retriever I lost like a couple of hours later. And I don't even know why they bother ganking. It's like at that point, like, why bother? I know you make the catalyst, but I make the retrievers, so the whole thing cancels out. At the end of the day, I go back with my compressed ice, and it's like 100 mil, and that's good income for not doing anything. Oh, that's too loud. Bring it back down. Too loud. Okay, we're going to the library today. These people all, like, rock their own orcas. I don't really understand that.
Hard drive active.
Loud. The weight's a bigger thing in this mode, I'm noticing. Maybe as you go up in levels it gets better. No, you're always 50s. The only win, I think the only win condition is surviving, really.
Docking request accepted.
I don't want the door. It blocks it too much. This door is fine. I don't want a door right here. I'm gonna be able to freely walk all over this and do what I need to do. That was a good run. Got shit done. Need to go do a monument now. I just don't know which one. Maybe Brookham's respawned again, and I don't have to like really worry about it. Okay, banking another 8 mil in high sec is good money. The only game of the 3 that I have to pay for is Mortal, and I'm gonna build a career out of that. I'd like just be there every day. I love this shit. It's actually so fun. I like these games. And there's always more to learn. There's always more to do. You can see that I can still get a good PvP fight there. I didn't yell at him or whatever.
No, friend. You wouldn't really want to trade that now, would you? Yours is certainly nicer.
Oh yeah, I was going to the bank and I fucking forgot. Oops.
You gave me a good lobotomy there at the end.
It's like a 17-year-old kid and he's bored. Lithuanian, maybe? Sounds Lithuanian to me, or maybe Polish?
I have
Polish
what you're
or
looking
Lithuanian? Looking for... Oh no, I'm going to
Please,
Green
come
Books
again.
today. I'm looking for Greywood lore. Extraction, crafting...
See what I have for you.
Bow crafting. Maybe I'll do bow crafting all the way through. That's all like passive stuff, right? Yeah, passively up to level 7. Bow crafting, bowyery, bow crafting, composite, decurve, short, long bows, bow crafting, long bows, short bow crafting. So there's a whole bunch of stuff with that. I could teach myself how to make bows because it is kind of a problem. That might be a good thing to do, but I would rather have Greywood lore.
I have what you're looking for.
Can't train any more negotiation, even with skill management. What is management? What does management do? Does it say? Management. What's it do? Oh! Maximum trade items on the broker and more stable slots. I didn't know that. Shit. Negotiation and management. Shit, I didn't know. Oh, yeah. Ah, okay, but I mean, yeah, are those profession skills? I have profession skills, don't I? Because I don't do any fucking professions on this thing. Yeah, I have 200 skills left out of the 1200 or whatever. And I could drop it too, I think. Yeah, some of this doesn't really suit me. Like, yeah, I suppose arthropod is a primary. So, mammalia and all that stuff. This is all profession skills, right? Yeah, so... I don't know. I'll have to do all this too. But, yeah, short bow crafting. I've never done bowyery or bow crafting or anything like that. But management and negotiation. What is negotiate? How to negotiate better tax fees, huh?
Nice
So
talking
I had
to
no
you.
idea, but that's a whole thing
See
that
what
I've
I
got
have
to
for
do.
you.
I'll take it.
Deal. Welcome back anytime.
Yeah, I did not know that stuff existed. I will be training this for 2 days. That's not long.
He's healing me after you decimated me.
Yes, I see that.
Their influence. Alright, I think I can turn it off now. Let me go back to what we were doing.
Over and over again. And while I can understand at the surface, first glance, this game looks very similar to a lot of those other games. But if you're a fan of Team Fortress, you can definitely see the similarities in the visual style of that cel-shaded, kind of more cartoony look, but now updated to fit this.
It looks good, like it's a good team game.
brand new, I want to say
I
it's
want
like,
to play it. I
like
mean, it looks good to me.
steampunk New York detective noir world with a lot of really unique characters. And when we talk about these hero shooters, a lot of them...
It's Time Splitters. What do they call that? It's the Time Splitters vibe. It's time traveling 40s stuff. Star Trek did it too. Star Trek did it. Picard did it like several episodes about, not Picard, but Jean-Luc Picard had a couple of episodes about being a detective in the fucking 40s in San Francisco and shit like this. That's what Who Framed Roger Rabbit is about. It's actually kind of a thing. It's a thing that dominates modern culture. So there's a guard out here, and there is some Greywoods within sight of the guard. Let's think about these out here.
feel very samey. You know, we were playing High Guard the other day, and we're seeing a character that jumps up into the sky and drops spears down, and it just feels very samey, like we've seen it all before. But the one thing that I can give Deadlock a lot of credit for is there's 38 heroes in the game right now, and all of them are very, very unique with a lot,
like Overwatch,
lot of mechanics that you don't see in other MOBAs or other shooters. I am a Haze main, so if you guys don't know who Haze is a silent, stealthy assassin with SMGs who has this smoke ability that allows you to cloak into the shadows and move around the map very quickly. You can throw a silent knife at your opponents, which stuns them and kind of keeps them silenced for a few seconds. But I think the one thing that not a lot of people actually understand about Deadlock is the fact that you can play these characters in a ton of different ways. So in your typical MOBA, as you're killing minions and doing objectives around the map, you're unlocking souls that can be used to purchase items within the game that boost your character up. And Deadlock has that same kind of feature. But what's really cool is you can actually make your own builds for your characters, and you can actually upload them for everybody else to use. So there's a built-in browser for builds that are being used and utilized by players at, you know, the top level, the sweaty, the competitive players. And you can actually see which builds are being utilized more and more every day. And you can grab the top builds and you can experiment. And there's this robust item building system that allows you to change and test metas with new updates on the fly. And it's incredibly robust, and it's something that we don't really see in a lot of these other MOBA style games. And I think that's one thing that I don't think a lot of people realize about Deadlock is just how competitive and how in-depth this item system can be. The game is incredibly competitive. And if you've played any sort of MOBA, you can understand that feeling of, you know, getting the tower, killing the minions, getting a player kill, how important it is, and that fucking dopamine rush that you get from playing Deadlock is unlike anything else that I have ever experienced. I'm not a big League of Legends player, and this is where kind of my angle of this comes in. I'm not a big League player. I've never really been a fan of MOBAs. I don't like having to click everywhere on screen 100 million fucking times. I don't find that gameplay generally very fun. Now, if you guys are fans of the channel, you know I am a huge fan of...
I haven't seen Deadlock until this video. I thought there was an embargo for a long time. I don't know.
Warp drive active.
I like how peaceful Ray Zone is. It's good. Okay, gotta go back out now. At least it's faster this way. I don't have to go through 10 doors. It's only 3. I like the base that I built. It's very Rust basey. I like that it makes a sound when you've entered finally. That's cool. I like that.
Third-person shooters. So the idea and the gameplay loop of a MOBA is really appealing to me. It's very competitive. I like the unique heroes. I like the ability system. But then when you combine that with a third-person shooter, it takes my love for the game to a whole other level. Now, I've been playing this game since September of 2024. So going on about a year and a half now. And we've played it through the good times, through the bad, through, you know, changing metas when certain characters are super overpowered, down to when the player base is sitting at, you know, 8 to 10,000 players. Now the game is growing. A major update is dropped. The old gods, new blood.
Maybe let the rest of us play it. It seems weird that you guys had all of that when it hasn't even been launched yet.
Opinion, this is now setting the stage for what's going to be a huge 2026 for Dead.
Maybe just release it. Who cares? That's what everybody else does.
This is the time where I'm looking at the update.
I don't know. Maybe Steam can't do that without catching some kind of like more lawyer attention than other people get. You know, maybe Steam catches some lawyers doing that because it's like, yeah, if you violate breach of trust by selling Deadlock or getting 100 million kids hooked to Deadlock or whatever, and but you put them through early access hell, that could harm Steam. You know, maybe they are kind of like a little nervous about that. $156 out of 4,000. We could just let it keep gathering. Yeah, I guess I'll run the church. It's a fast, easy float run right to loot. Like Batman, you come down, you get your stand back, and you're like, I want to make it to the building. Why would you jump? I like the gliding in Ray Zone. It's the perfect amount. You shouldn't be able to do it forever. It should be like about 45 seconds or something. Keeps you kind of ground bound, but you can bypass like to walk all that would suck. It would take so long. Like I don't know. Like I don't know. Maybe walking and floating is about the same speed actually, but I don't know. I don't think so. Hey, loot's up. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I have, no guns. I have no guns. How did that happen? How do I not have guns? That seems weird. What? Oh, yeah, I just haven't equipped them. There we go. I don't really have arrows, but this is enough to, you know, get shit started anyways. Damn it, one shot. I gotta remember how much damage that is. Ooh, God damn it. Ooh. slow down the walk speed when you use those. It makes them pointless.
I'm looking at the changes to the UI, the artwork that's all coming in now, and that's one thing that's been great to see as well, is just watching the artwork and the character models get swapped up for updated models with different cell shading, just looking better and better every single update. And now I feel like we're at a time where if you're going to say this game's launching into early access very, very soon, I could see it. And I really do think that this is going to be the route for Valve to go. I think we're going to see a release in 2026, which is incredible because we're sitting at...
We've seen enough spoilers and enough conjecture, and this guy's cool. I do like it. I've not been a part of this community, but I'm looking forward to joining it.
We all know how MMO tutorials usually work. You grab a few easy quests, learn the basics of combat, and rush through everything as fast as possible so you can get to the real game. But what if you didn't do that? What if instead you slowed down, explored everything, and pushed the tutorial far beyond what it was ever designed for? What happens if you never leave? You see, about a year ago, I played Guild Wars for the very first time, and I learned about how this tutorial functions. In Guild Wars, you have something known as pre- and post-searing. You start in pre-searing Ascalon, which is a green, grassy, and vibrant world full of towns, color, and life. But when you're ready to leave the tutorial, you trigger an event known as the Searing, where the evil Char call forth a destructive power that completely nukes the entire landscape. Everything changes, the game becomes dark and foreboding, and the entire landscape changes, and all of a sudden you're thrust into war, and you can never go back. That all sounds dark and scary and intense, so why don't we just not do that? And with that thought, here we are 1 year later, and I decided to find out what would actually be possible pre-searing. Can you get to the max level in the tutorial? You see, the max level in Guild Wars is 20, and in pre-searing Ascalon, the highest level enemies cap out at level 10, which means that by level 14, they give very little experience, and by level 15, they stop giving experience entirely. So with no roadmap and no clear strategy and no real idea about how long this was all going to take, I decided to just jump in. All I knew was that if I triggered the searing event, either by purpose or on...
Oh yeah, like these retro games, I don't like them as much as I think that I hope I do. I don't like retro games anymore. It's very hard for me to go back. I was something about the way Final Fantasy XI looks. I was able to do it as long as I did. I thought it looked better, you know.
Hey, how's it going? Welcome to the video. This video I want to shed some light on some lesser known MMOs, some lesser played MMOs to just kind of broaden your horizons. You might be waiting for a release upcoming, Classic Plus, new expansion. So instead of just sitting around and waiting, I figure I'd showcase some games that you might not have heard of, and maybe you can fill the void with some new fun titles. So this is going to be something for everyone, smaller MMOs worth playing. So the goal of this video, find a time-filling MMO while you wait for future releases. Shine a light on some less played games that still have stronger communities. Revisit older MMOs that are still alive today and maybe not thriving, but have a very strong community behind them. Experience some of MMO history. Maybe you'll find a game that you actually love. Expand your horizons with different MMOs out in the verse, the MMO verse. And I'm going to be showing populations from Steam as of the 24th. I'm going to display the 24-hour peak. A lot of these MMOs are on Steam and have launchers outside of Steam, so take the populations with a pinch of salt because some of them are quite a bit higher than what's displayed. So, diving right into it, we're going to go with The Lord of the Rings Online. This game launched April 2007. It's got a Steam population of 1,746 people. It consistently gets new updates and expansions. It's got legendary servers similar to Classic WoW. It's kind of like reliving the original version of the game. It's not the exact same, but it's pretty close as I can get it. It features dungeons and raids. There's a player versus monster PvP system. This is where one half of the team will play as like orcs and spiders, and the other team will play as the realm of good. There's a player housing system with neighborhoods and guild halls. It's got a very strong community, and there's lots of in-game events. People play instruments in the game, they form bands. It's got a really strong community presence. It's the most fully realized Middle-earth in a game, so if this is an IP that you're interested in, this is a really good game to kind of explore that world that you love. It's got a pretty good crafting system, and the monetization is free-to-play with a cash shop. You can get quite a bit of free-to-play gameplay out of it, but eventually you will have to spend some money to get quest packs and expansions. This is a little preview of what the game looks like. So it's your typical MMO setup. You got your quest log, your mini map, your skills on the bottom, your health and enemy health over there, and then there's your character. Alright, so we have the Star Wars, The Old Republic. So this is launched December 2011. It's got a Steam population of 5,700-ish. Consistent updates and new expansions.
Still?
There's a story and alignment system, so if you've played kind of other BioWare games, there's lots of chat dialogue options. You can choose to do different missions depending on how you want to play it out. If you want to be kind of a good guy or an evil guy, you can be a good Sith or a bad Sith, or you can be a good Jedi or a bad Jedi. It's really fun. This is one of the features that makes me keep playing this game. It's one of the few games that when I start a new character and when I get back into it, I really do get sucked in because the story is actually a lot of fun to participate in. There's dungeons and raids. There's a PvP in the form of battlegrounds, battlegrounds, arenas, and hutball. Hutball is kind of like an in-game PvP sport. You should check it out. There's space combat with your ship, which is really interesting. There's a player housing system, a crafting system, tons of iconic Star Wars locations, and it's free to play with a cash shop. Similar to most MMOs, it's got your basic layout. It's a really fun game. It feels a lot like World of Warcraft. I always say to my friends, it's like if you took World of Warcraft and just skinned Star Wars over top of it. So if you're a fan of the Star Wars IP and you like that universe, this is a really good game to dive into and at least play around, just kind of see those locations, run around them, and explore them. EverQuest. So this is kind of turned into one of my favorite MMOs for some reason, but launched March 1999. It's got a Steam population of 341, but most of the players don't play through Steam, so this is kind of makes it look like it's really dead, but it's got a low population, but it's not like 341 low. It's consistently updated still, with 27 years of expansions and updates. There's dungeons and raids. There's a crafting system. It's not a very strong PvP game. I don't think that's the focus by any means. This is more of a PvE community style game. It's got a very dedicated community. It's one of those games where, if they haven't quit after 27 years, I don't think they're going to quit until the wheels fall off. I mentioned that there's 16 races and classes because I found this is probably one of the highest race class counts of any game, so it really gives you a lot of options of who you want to play and how you want to play. This game has been the inspiration for many modern MMOs. It kind of set the stage for MMOs as we know today, so it's a really cool game to go back and kind of see how that was laid out. There's progression servers, so it's like a classic experience but with a twist. So they release progression servers, and then every time they have a slightly different rule set. So it's kind of like a classic plus experience, but not full on like a classic plus experience. It's free to play with a cash shop, and there are expansions that you can pick up. And as you can see, this is kind of like the UI. Old school graphics. It's got like a really fun charm to it. If you can get over kind of a bit of an uglier looking game, there is a lot of fun to be had, and the community is super awesome. It's one of the best MMO communities I've found. Just the players are really nice, and they really care about the game, you can tell. Mortal Online 2. So this is a very niche PvP game. It was released January 2022. Steam population 395. So this is a hardcore sandbox PvP focused MMO. It's got a very deep crafting system. So when you're crafting a sword, you can pick the materials that go into your hilt, and then different materials that go into your blade. And then depending on the combination of materials you use, it'll give you different stats for your weapon. So you can you can kind of go off the deep end when it comes to crafting in this game. It's a lot of fun. It's got a first-person perspective. The graphics are really beautiful. The world's really beautiful. From what I can tell, it gets consistent updates and bug fixes. It's got a unique combat system similar to like Kingdom Come Deliverance. Tons of skills. It's just like a slew of skills. You'll constantly be leveling up, like you're reading. I'm pretty sure like resting. Just if there's a skill that you can think of, this game probably has it. This is incredibly community, socially, focused. Because it's so PvP focused, just the nature of the game, you're going to want to join a guild or a clan because you are going to get destroyed. It's like a full loot, massacre out there. There's a player housing system, and it's got a box price plus a subscription. This is an extremely niche game, but I think it's perfect for the audience that it caters to. Not a lot of games go full tilt into this hardcore of a PvP scenario, so if you're really into PvP and you don't mind like a pretty harsh world to live in, this is a really cool game to check out. Pantheon: Rise of the Fallen. So this is launched December 2024 into early access. It's got a Steam population of 500. When it first launched into Steam, it had player count over like 6,000. So people are interested in this game. I think the population's just gone down because it's not fully released, it's not fully fleshed out, but if you're into supporting a growing, developing MMO, it's a good one to get into. It's currently being developed, and it was originally started by the original EverQuest developers. It's kind of supposed to be like a spiritual successor to EverQuest. It's old school by design, but modern with the graphics, so it's kind of supposed to be this return to form, return to the old school kind of mentality. Very PvE focused. It's a community / social game similar to EverQuest. It's got dungeons, but I read that raids are going to be added in the future. It's pretty early in development, so it is a little rough around the edges,